All right. And just like that, I'm back. And hopefully you can hear me. I have my computer muted because the live stream from Law and Crime Network has a loud beeping sound going on, which would drive me nuts if I hadn't muted. So I know my microphone's working because it's got a direct feedback with my or loop with my headphones, so I'm hearing myself in my headphones. I hope you guys are hearing me. And scream at me if once it starts. Exactly. The beep, uh the it's basically for those of you old enough to remember analog TV, which I assume most of you are. Um, it's the sound you would get on broadcast television when you'd see these colored lines like as up on the screen. So, but as C said, it's the anti grounds feature. So during the break, I checked out. Exactly. It's the end of day, or if the tape ran out or something. But so I was checking out my YouTube feed, basically the not me, and noticed there are several others live streaming the whole day. So I I definitely appreciate you guys hanging out with me when you do have other choices. And as I've mentioned, I tend to watch Artie's corporate fiction a lot, and uh, I think he's got the day off because apparently it's a federal holiday. So him being a government worker, he's got it off and has decided to live stream the whole trial today. I checked in. Grounds is driving him as nuts as me. So I like I like to see that there's agreement in his insanity. It's not just us here in our tiny little corner of YouTube. It's others are going to be. Well, it's already so he will be driven to drinking from this, um, and hopefully 2 minutes to go. Hopefully they undo the anti grounds before we get to it. Um, it is kind of obnoxious if you ask me. Um, it would be fair to say that I think he overuses grounds and is premature. Um, I'm not going to speculate if he's premature with other things, but he is definitely premature. But he's not, the thing is he's not just premature because he'll say grounds before, like, as soon as she says objection, but before she has a chance. He'll say it as she's stating the grounds, but he'll also say it after she has stated the grounds and the judge has even sustained the objection. He still then comes out. So he's not even consistent with it. it would be funny actually if there were a K cup, a Keurig cup that showed up on council table during lunch. I I think I'd lose it if I saw that on the council table. I I wouldn't be able to contain myself. I would go nuts. It would be absolutely hilarious. And let's see. Okay, I that's me playing with the bar. Since on Friday, for some reason, my uh in between the lunch or the morning and the afternoon stream, uh somehow I fell 17 minutes behind on the live feed. So we're now a minute behind. Well, court should have returned a minute ago, but it looks like we're still not there yet. They so they haven't with objections where you would typically approach they haven't been doing that at all because I believe Mr. Brooks is shackled, so he's not able to leave his table. So when he has tried to argue objections, the judge has basically shut him down um, because generally, if you don't object, it's waived. Um, but she is telling him, "Your objection is preserved. We will discuss it at the next break once the jury is out of the room." Um, and typically during a recess, they have not been broadcasting. But for those for arguing motions and most objections, even they have been broadcasting. So we and Judge Darrow, as I've said, she's absolutely excellent. I mean, as far as judges go, she's an absolute rock star, as are the prosecutors. And she's making sure to make a full record. Like yesterday, due to his test results coming back, and yesterday, I mean Friday, right before lunch, he got his test results for the plague back. Um, and he refused to share them with the court. So she cleared the courtroom, which included shutting down the live stream. But then she came back and put a full description of what transpired and how she had to have him physically removed from the courtroom and the bailiffs took the test results and everything. And she read that all onto the record and then she called an early lunch to give him time to cool off, which still wasn't enough time because he came back in tears after lunch. So um it's very possible that they are delayed because it wouldn't be because he's talking the judge's ears off because they would be back broadcasting that, I would assume. I'm going to hit refresh, see if that helps. Um, but typically the housekeeping matters they have after lunch, they do come back and broadcast that. But if he's causing a commotion otherwise, it's very possible because he has a history of refusing to come into the courtroom, refusing to behave, refusing to get dressed appropriately, refusing to even be dressed. During jury selection, he was shirtless for a time, and so muting the mic. A lot of that would depend on if the jury is present, and that's why they're like, if they did approach the bench to argue these, like if he hadn't fired his attorneys, they'd approach the bench immediately to argue, and they'd at least cut off so that you it's not being broadcast in the courtroom because the jury wouldn't be allowed to hear that. It would be inappropriate. Um, but since they're doing that sort of stuff outside of the presence of the jury in this trial, it's not necessary to mute it. But like I said this morning, there, um, in newer courthouses, like, um, so here in Salt Lake, they built a brand new federal courthouse. They finished it right as I was ending my first year of law school. So my internship with the U.S. Attorney's Office, um, I spent a lot of time in the brand new courtroom. They were still getting the bugs out of it. And they have a white noise machine so that when they approach, they play it and only the judge and the people up at the bench basically can hear the discussion. The jury and the rest of the courtroom can't hear anything. You just hear sort of a fuzz. All right, and the judge is back. Unmute that.
What was that? Not sitting right here. Okay. Do you have any extras? I know we've given you a bunch.
Can you guys
Maybe
hear
good
the
ones.
court audio?
Um, I really only brought the ones that I was
That's
required
okay.
to turn in
That's
today.
okay.
So
What we'll do is we'll make sure on the next available break,
I assume
I'll
this is
have
subpoenas
the
they're
clerk count off how
discussing.
many there are. We'll get them reprinted. I think they keep forms in the clerk's office, and then put the date on, and then you can fill them out again, and then we'll have
He
them
was
sent over
wearing
to
the
you. So
suit
do you
this
intend on
morning.
these subpoenas
He
to
was
kind of
in
be equivalent of your
orange
witness
on
list, or were you
Thursday
going
and
to file
Friday
something
last week.
separately?
I was intending for this to be my witness list. I think that would probably be easier.
But you can hear Mr. Brooks
Any objection
speaking
from the
and the
state?
judge.
No, we understand. I think we've been given fair notice, Your Honor. I
Okay.
do have some other challenges on some of these subpoenas, not again that we need to necessarily address right now. But I would like to advise the court and the defendant that he's requested a subpoena for a person identified as Sammy Fleischman. We have learned that Ms. Fleischman has relocated to the state of Texas.
She's
Therefore, we
outside
will
the
not
reach
be
of the
able to
court.
secure her appearance here at the
There
trial.
are
On behalf
limits
of
to
Mr. Brooks,
subpoenas.
if he wishes to make arrangements for transportation for Ms. Fleischman, he may do so himself.
Generally, if
Ms.
someone lives
Fleischman,
over
it is my
100 miles
understanding, was
away,
the
the court
woman
can't
who
compel them to show up.
organized the parade, or was one of the people that organized the parade.
Thanks,
But
Steve.
that's how she's identified in the reports, and therefore her relevance may or may not be an issue.
I
as
don't
well.
know that it's necessarily a full
All right,
faith
did you hear
and
the
credit
state of the act?
situation,
Yeah, I
but
wouldn't even
basically,
begin to try to know how I can
you can't
do something
compel
like that from
a
the jail
witness
cell.
to
I'm pretty much
travel
broke.
an unduly burdensome
Well, you're advised though, if she's out of
distance.
state, there's
So
procedures would
this
have to be followed. And
Texas to Wisconsin is what, 1,000 miles?
state
That's
is not obligated to make those
multiple
arrangements since
days
it's
of
an
driving
out-of-state
or
witness at
hundreds
this
of
point.
dollars of airplane tickets.
Did you hear me say?
So,
I follow.
All right, thank you.
although
Anyone
I
else
guess
in the subpoena
in
list?
I mean, there's others
in the
that we have
modern
objections
environment,
to,
they
but I don't know if
could
you want to
do
address that
video
right now, Yana.
testimony.
Well, I'd like to have you put them on the record so that
Okay.
Mr. Brooks knows, and if he wants to respond
Exactly.
now, that's fine.
See,
Otherwise,
but
we can take it up. a
I
little
don't
bit
know
later.
that the rules
The other
have
two would
caught
be
up with
Erica Patterson and
technology in
Detective
this
Steve
case.
Guth,
Okay, come on,
seeing as
internet.
they have already testified and were subject to cross-examination. We would request an offer of proof as to what relevant testimony.
That they
if
did.
any, they
I
may offer.
remember
And
Kate
then
Moss
there was one of
testifying
the
by video.
Parents of the victims.
I think part of that
Kathleen
could
Darrell.
be whether
She
the
was not
court
present at
allows
the
it,
Parade,
but
and it's really unknown what type of
it's
testimony we
also
would want to elicit from her, so we would be requesting an offer. of
I
proof
don't
to
know if
establish
it can be
the relevancy
compelled.
of those
Like
witnesses, Your
a
Honor.
witness that lives in
Do you want to
Texas
address that
could
now or
show
an
up and
opportunity to think
testify.
about that and
It's
address it
just
perhaps
a
at the
matter
end
of
the day?
compelling them to do
It's
so.
really nothing to think
is
about.
the
I
issue.
think it's pretty clear. They all.
Who says he didn't
Besides-
try to subpoena the state of Wisconsin?
Miss Patterson and Detective Guth. I mean, as far
We
as with
haven't
them,
seen the
I
witness
think it would
list,
be
so it's
relevant
possible that he did try.
because we have paperwork that was filed by the district attorney about there being no factual basis nor no domestic violence incident on November 20th, which they testified.
They're not charging
think
you
that
for
that's
anything
crazy.
on November 20th. That's
So that should
irrelevant.
be-
Well, you're giving me an argument, I guess, on the relevance of their testimony, sir, but as I recall the testimony, you are the one asking the questions
Yep.
about the 20th. The state dismissed that charge. I granted that request to dismiss it.
The state didn't bring up the
I-
20th. I remember he
There's
did.
nothing that you are bringing to my attention that I can tell would be perjury, but I don't know if what you're trying to tell me is you'd like to question them about their
Exactly.
credibility?
It's not cheap.
They're still-
Because
And
that
I almost
charge-
guarantee, like
Explain
in
to
the
me a little
death
bit
trial,
it would be
Morgan
a
Tremaine,
lot
the
to do with
ex-TMZ
credibility
employee,
and also a few
I
questions
guarantee
that I
he
believe
didn't
would still be
pay
relevant
to go and testify.
even the events of the 21st.
He traveled from California, but I guarantee
There's still
he
some
didn't
relevant
pay
things
for
that
it.
that I feel should be answered, that I feel the jury deserves to know.
Well, I'm gonna give him some leeway. He's a pro se defendant. He has a right to call witnesses. These are two witnesses that testified. He did have the opportunity to cross-examine them, but I think it's
I think he's recalling them.
reasonable for him to
for
want to
abusive
question them
purposes.
further. And I'll keep them on your witness list and instruct the state to assist as they have already offered. What about this Kathleen Urell? I know she's on their potential witness list that was filed.
And that-
To correct, I apologize for interrupting, but I did misspeak. She was at the parade, but she did not see, she cannot testify to anyone being struck or injured by the SUV other than her own children that she learned after the fact. And she cannot identify the driver.
All right.
I'm
Mr. Brooks?
assuming Depp
Irrelevant
paid a lot
here.
more than
She,
$3,000 an
she
hour
was at the parade.
cumulative. He had, I
And
think, 7 attorneys in the
As we
courtroom.
just heard right now.
And I
for the record, that
guarantee
she would be
Mr.
directly
Chu
affected
was
by
over
it,
$1,000 an
by
hour
her family
alone.
being victims in the
Uh,
matter. Also, she gave
Camille,
statements and she filed a report.
even as an
I feel
associate,
like her
was
testimony would be relevant to the
500 an
matter.
hour, I bet.
All right. I'll keep her on the list as well.
She's over 1,000 an hour now. But
Anyone else on the list of subpoenas?
No, Your Honor, we'll just.
That
we'll
was a
wait
$10
to
million
receive the corrected subpoenas and then we will
lawyer bill for
endeavor
Johnny
to
Depp
have them served.
All right. Thank
is
you.
my guess.
Just
Thank you.
one thing real quick, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
And if I'm misspeaking right here, feel free to correct me. You said something to the effect about
Exactly. There's paralegals,
getting,
there's legal
more
assistants,
paperwork
there's
in during the lunch hour.
investigators, the audio visual
What was that
people.
referring to?
I had
Was that
hoped, I
referring to
believe it was
technology?
referring to a witness list. If you had if you had one, but
I'd
what
say
you're
Mr.
indicating
Brooks
is you'd
needs a
like the,
refund on his legal
grouping of
fees.
subpoenas and the witnesses who are identified to be reflective of your witness
I
list
will
without
too.
filing an independent witness list.
Well, I missed this subpoena.
Because
It's
I'm
only
petty,
one,
so
but
I'll
I would have to
definitely
change it
correct
because it
him.
was filled out in the same way as the other ones. My mistake for missing it. I got a lot of paper.
What's
here.
the name?
That's a you problem. All that
Catrice,
paper is you
that-
problem.
Babayis? I don't know. It's spelled.
All right.
I don't want to butcher it.
That's okay. Hand it to the
I
bailiff.
haven't
and
been
then I'll
watching
get
the
look at it.
Alex Jones
It's
trial.
filled out in the correct, the incorrect, just like the other ones. So I would have to essentially change it. But
there are things that
I just wanted that for the
are
record
too
that
much for me, and
I
that
was late
would
in
be
my
one of
paperwork.
them.
That's okay. Thank you.
I've seen
providing that.
snippets like I saw his lawyer getting chewed out for something. I can't remember what it was, but I've seen maybe 5 minutes of that trial. I've been purposely avoiding it. Whereas, like I said this morning, it's real inconsiderate of them to have a sovereign citizen trial and the Danny Masterson trial at the same
Thank you, Your
time.
Honor.
Because I was going to try to do the Danny Masterson trial, but it starts tomorrow.
All right, we'll add that to the list. States still have the originals that I handed over to you.
I do.
All right, why don't we give all of those back
Estoppel.
to Mr. Brooks?
I assume it's
So
his
he
lawyer
has
that was
those,
getting the estoppel argument
putting
wrong.
the one in my hand.
'Cause
We'll make sure he gets
that
new
can be a
forms.
difficult topic, but you'd expect a high-priced
if you could
lawyer
just
to
make sure you-
understand.
Provide those at the end of the day today, or by the end of the day.
Almost my
I don't know if
entire
I'll be
knowledge
able to
of
fill all those
Scientology
out on a break.
comes from the
If
South
need be,
Park
I'll let you sit
episode.
here at the end of the day until you get them filled out. So,
So
make sure the
I
state
know-
gets them right away.
In
Okay.
my opinion, it's as nutty as sovereign citizens.
Try to
But
knock out as many
I
as
can't
can
go
during the
further
breaks
than
to make it
that.
Easier.
We'll
But
give
I'm
you
not-
time.
I'm not sure that,
We'll give you time. Don't worry about it. All right. Anything else from the state?
Okay, I get it.
Thank
Because
you.
he
Mr. Brooks,
had
anything else from
a
you?
he had a default
Yes.
as to responsibility
at this
or
point,
guilt.
I'm probably beating the dead horse, but I just
Which
have
is
to
why they
stay for the record
only
anyway.
did
I would
the
like to
trial
direct
for
your honor
damages,
to,
right?
I believe it's Milo versus United States, 505 F2D 1026. Are you familiar with that, Your Honor?
Not off the top of my head, but I can pull it up.
She doesn't have the whole
And
case law
also Higgins
memorized.
versus Levine,
Uh,
415 US 533.
Okay, just stating citations does nothing. You have to say what
Those
the
cases
ruling is
are,
for them to matter.
Being brought up because of the continuing asking of me.
Lying
about
during
the
discovery is
jurisdiction
not a
that I've
good
been
idea.
challenging.
It's unfortunate he
believe
wasn't
they're
charged
very, very
criminally
relevant
for that.
to this matter.
Could I ask Mr. Brooks to repeat
Talking
those
heads
numbers
in
again?
general, left or
For
right,
both?
Yes,
bother
please.
me, but he bothers me more than
For
most.
Milo, I believe it is, or it might be Milo, but Milo, versus
M-I-L-O?
Milo,
Is it M-I-L-O, the spelling?
MELO.
Oh, I had it right the first time.
Well,
Okay.
it would be Mello then, like
505
Carmelo Anthony's nickname,
F2D
Mello.
1026. And
Is that
Higgins
photoshopped
versus
lasers,
Levine,
or did she have freaking laser
415
beams?
US 533.
That's the comment I meant to.
Anything specific you want to draw my attention
Freaking
to?
laser
Well, there's,
beams.
Cases that
That was my Dr. Evil, if you couldn't
challenge the
tell.
jurisdiction, which I've been doing, challenging the jurisdiction.
And the judge has already
Milo
ruled
versus
on
United
jurisdiction.
States once jurisdiction is challenged, the court cannot proceed when it is clear when it is clearly appears that the court lacks
Jesus.
jurisdiction, the court has no
It's
authority
not
to reach
clear that
merits,
the
but
court lacks
rather should dismiss
jurisdiction,
the
though.
action.
You challenged jurisdiction, and she
For the
ruled
record,
that
Mr.
she
Brooks,
has
the
jurisdiction.
Hagen's versus
There's a
Levine
big
is
difference.
415 US 528. Perhaps
Well-
you're drawing my attention to page 533, but the site for the case is 415 US 528.
That could be so. I apologize.
It's
if I'm
sharks with
stating it wrong.
frickin' laser beams.
What about the
I
But
other?
I
believe
like
it's-
judges with laser
well,
beams
The
better.
information I have is 533.
Sometimes it's needed.
That states the law requires proof of jurisdiction to appear on the record of the administrative agency in all administrative proceedings.
An argument
have
could
yet to-
be
to
made
prove
that
the
he's
jurisdiction
acquiesced
has
to
yet to be
jurisdiction
proven.
by
I filed a
participating.
motion.
I don't necessarily
I've
like
stated
that
on record
argument
numerous
generally
times.
because
Um,
he is forced to be
I have
there.
yet to get an answer.
I mean, he could sit there silently
You're
protesting,
specifically referring to the documents you filed on October 3rd.
but he
I've
has
been
challenged
challenging
jurisdiction multiple times, and
since
she
the
has
beginning of
ruled
trial.
that
Probably
she
as
has
far back
jurisdiction.
as when I became a
You-
pro per defending myself.
They are, and
Also,
She
you can look
clearly
at
has
US versus
jurisdiction.
Lopez.
But the thing about
You can look at-
jurisdiction
I
is
think that's from
lots of
it may be from 1995.
motions to dismiss, if they're
the
not
citation.
brought at a very specific point, they're waived.
Just-
So if you, I have to think back to rules of procedure. Like if you move to dismiss
I may
for
have to find it in my
improper
paperwork,
venue,
Lopez.
you have to do that right at the very start in your initial pleading, if I'm remembering
All right,
right.
when you locate that,
If
when
not,
you find it,
it's
let me know
waived.
outside the
But
presence of the jury. I'll take your
jurisdiction
request under advisement.
can
I'll
be
take a look
brought
at these cases.
all the
I don't
way
believe
even
they're going to
through
change my previous
appeal,
ruling. That the
because
issues
there
that you
are
have raised
ways that
are without
jurisdiction
merit,
can
as previously
be lost.
ruled on, but I'll take
It's
a look.
very
and if
rare.
feel
I
need
can't
to
even
address it
think
further,
of
I'll give
a
you an opportunity to argue.
reason why
I
it
believe should be
would,
addressed. Thank you, Your Honor.
but
All right.
it
Then
could
With that, we're
and you
also
could
going to
get it
continue, Mr. Brooks. And we'll
dismissed
bring the
for
jury
that
out.
reason. But
I
most
presume the
things,
state has
it is,
enough
if you
witness
don't
available.
bring it on time, it's waived.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Like if you have to bring an affirmative defense in your first response of pleading, otherwise it's waived. He's got his Bible out. That's gonna save him. Do you think Danny Masterson will have his theta reader, whatever it's called, the e-meter that Scientologists use? Will he have that at his defense table? All right, here comes the jury.
Okay.
I have a couple of those down in the basement, I think. I don't think I know how to use it anymore. I took a electronics class in high school my freshman year, but that was longer ago than I care to admit.
Did you say you thought Lopez was from 1995?
I believe that's the one that it's referring to.
If it's the same case, it's 514 US 549 for the state.
514549.
514 US 549
Thank
from
you.
1995.
That's a Supreme Court case then. Going by the citation. I don't I wouldn't call it humoring him. See, she's creating a full record. She does not want this overturned. The prosecution does not want this overturned. They want one trial. Guilty or innocent, one trial, that's it. I think he wants to insert the ellipses himself into the case text so that she can get his reading of it. Because that's generally how sovereign citizen fake gurus operate.
Thank you, everyone. Please be
They'll
seated.
have a bit of a quote and then a bit of the next quote connected by
Statement,
ellipses,
call its next
but
witness.
leaving out
you.
all the
State call,
context
Battalion
and
Chief Jim
most of the
Hopkins.
ruling.
Sir, please make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing and raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
All right, this next witness looks like he's higher ranked. He's in a white shirt.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a
He looks
seat.
like he's a,
When you are seated,
unless
please
he's a
state
fireman
your
or
first and
something.
last names for the record and spell each.
Jim Hawkinson, JimHaakenson.
And he's
Thank
got
you. Go ahead,
he's
your
got
witness.
Thank you.
something on his collars. I think
Are
he's
you employed?
he's a
I'm
chief
employed as a
or
battalion
captain.
chief shift commander for the city of Waukesha Fire
Lieutenant
Department.
chief,
How long have you held that
fire
position?
department though.
I've been a battalion chief for 6 years,
How long in total have you worked for the Waukesha Fire Department?
22 years.
Did you have any other type of fire or emergency work before you worked for WFD?
I did. I worked for the city of Pewaukee. I believe I started in 1996.
What kind of things are you
Pewaukee.
responsible for as a battalion chief?
As a battalion chief, I manage the day-to-day operations of an entire shift of firefighters, lieutenants, company officers, those kinds of things.
They brought out the
Could you
big guns
describe
for
for us
this
in
one.
general terms how the
far as
Waukesha
the
Fire
fire
Department
department.
is organized?
Yes, the fire department is organized into 3 separate shifts. These shifts are divided into 5 stations. The stations are strategically located throughout the city to provide response to any area of the city in a very timely fashion. Minimum staffing, meaning the minimum number of people on duty every day, is 26 personnel.
For a city
Which
of
of the 5 stations
70,000.
is closest to the downtown Waukesha area?
That would be Station 1.
Can you describe for us the resources that are available at each of the 5 stations?
There are 5 ambulances and either 3 engines and 2 ladder trucks. So at each station, there is a heavy piece of apparatus, an engine or a truck, and an ambulance.
I don't
Were you on
know
duty
if they
working as a
have
battalion chief
the
on
full intent
Sunday, November
proved
21st
yet.
of 2021?
I think
I
they
was.
have guilty on
Were you aware that
most
the Waukesha Christmas
charges.
parade was going to be taking place that day?
I was.
Possibly not the intentional
In your
homicide
capacity
charges,
as a
but
battalion chief for the fire department,
hit and
were you
run,
aware of any preparations
leaving
that
the
had been
scene
underway
with death,
with your department, knowing that that event
they
was
have
going on?
proved.
Yes, we had a unit that participated in the parade. We also received an incident action plan from the police department relative to the parade operations.
I have scraped
Your
things
Honor,
off
Exhibit
the
1 is a
bottom
map that's
of my
previously been
shoe.
admitted and published.
Less
I'd ask to
disgusting
publish
than
that again
him.
for everybody.
Permission granted.
Mr. Hawkinson, if you direct your attention to the screen in front of you, this is Exhibit 1. Do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
Are you able to point out for us on this map where Station 1 would be? Or is it not on the map?
It is not marked on the map.
This is
However,
the
it
same
is,
map
at
we've
the
seen Exhibit
intersection
1
of
over and
Ann
over
Street-
again.
I'm sorry, Fuller Street and St. Paul Avenue.
Could you, it's a touch screen in front of you. Could you just draw a little X where the map, where Station 1 would be if the map were a little bigger?
It will be
This
right
is
there.
a difficult one.
Awesome.
I'm not
Okay.
quite sure.
You've used a yellow
his
arrow to
motive.
indicate that.
Yeah,
He,
so it appears.
if you see on the map, the
Were you
yellow,
at Station 1 that day?
I was.
he
Okay.
assaulted his
At what
ex-girlfriend
point did your
right
department
there, tried
first
to run
respond
her down and then
to
tried to
a
drag her into the
parade-related
car
call for
and
service
pushed her and her
on
friend
the afternoon of November 23rd.
and
We received an alert at approximately
then he got in and
16:39.
sped
That's
off,
4:39 p.m.
and a few
was the
minutes
nature of
later
that
ran
alert?
through the parade.
Initially, it
So I
was an
don't know if he
unknown
was
problem,
trying to
but
escape
given
and just
radio
didn't
traffic
care that
we
the
had
road was
heard,
closed,
we assumed it to be
or if
a
he
vehicle
thought the
versus
world was
pedestrian.
against him, and so he was
And
going
what
to
did your
take people out
department
with him.
resources do in response to getting
I
that
just
alert?
don't know.
Everyone immediately assembled and began the response that was dispatched.
Everyone from,
Station 1 at that time.
okay. And what happened next?
En route, we
That
began
contempt
to
is
hear
chump
additional
change
radio
compared to
traffic
the,
to numerous
I'm guessing,
reports of other
500
people
years
being
he's
struck.
facing on top of
At
6
that
life
point, the
sentences.
dispatcher asked if I would like to upgrade the alarm, which I did,
76
bringing all 5
charges.
stations immediately to the area.
They're going to have to bury
I'm
him
gonna
under
back
the
up for a
prison.
minute. Before getting a call about pedestrian vehicle, did your department respond to any other call
They-
for service?
I
within
don't
minutes
think
before
there's a
that call?
felony murder charge. It's first degree. It's intentional
Not that
is
I
how
recall.
they've charged it.
We prepared to
But
respond
they,
based on radio traffic we had heard referencing.
They have also
call
charged
in Frame Park.
Okay, and
6
what was the nature
charges
that
of
call?
hit and run resulting in
On the police
death.
dispatch, it sounded as though there
Which,
was some sort of incident with a man and a
from
knife.
my reading,
And
is not a
what
lesser
did your
included
department
charge
do as
to
in
the
response to
homicide
receiving
charges.
that dispatch?
And those are
We
25
began to
years
move towards
apiece.
the apparatus because we knew that Station 1 would be responding to that.
And did anybody from
I'm
the department
assuming
get to that call in
that
time?
the jury instructions
No.
will have the
We
lesser
were never
included.
dispatched to it.
So I'm
By the
assuming
time
they
we got
could
out
go
to the
with
apparatus bay
manslaughter
and
on
into
the
rigs,
top level
we
charges.
could start hearing the radio
But
traffic.
I haven't
regarding the
seen
vehicles and
the,
pedestrians,
they
and that
charged
was
by
occurring on Main
information,
Street.
not by indictment.
Now,
So
fast forward
it
again to the
wasn't in
point
front
where
of a
we left
grand
off, where you
jury.
said you had upgraded the call to all 5
But
stations,
I haven't
That's
seen
correct.
What
the
happened next?
information, so I couldn't tell
We
you.
began our response.
that it's on there
Getting to
for
the
sure.
scene was a bit difficult due to the large crowd of personnel fleeing downtown. Our response route took us right
And
up
that's it.
Barstow, Main Street,
To me,
and we turned right on.
I
the
think
main
he's
and
guilty of
that's,
first
135.
degree intentional.
At some point, did you or your department?
There's no
become
way
aware
they
that
go
it was gonna
below
be-
depraved heart.
It was
The
going to require more than just your
the
department's resources to
what
respond to
would
this?
generally be
Absolutely.
second
As we began to
degree.
hear more and more reports coming in from officers on scene, we began to realize the scope of this was exceeding our response capabilities. And at that time, I upgraded the alarm to a Mavis box alarm for a
Welcome back.
Can you explain for the jury what a
I
Mavis
hope your
box
lunch
alarm
break was
is?
good, Seth.
Right. Mavis is a system called the
And I can
neutral
see
lane
going
box alarm
after
system.
street
And
racers
in
with
this
that.
system, it
Because
structure it is
it's
structured
not
so that a
manslaughter, because it's
pre-designated,
blatant
type and amount of
disregard for
resources
human
come
life,
at each
for
level.
for the
So,
risk
for
to
example,
human
this
life.
box alarm brought an additional 4 ambulances, an engine, a squad, and 3 chiefs, in addition to all the other resources that were coming.
And is that where the scope of the response stopped?
Absolutely not. As we got on scene and began the triage patients.
This is
during their
the
level of
fire
acuity,
department battalion
and
chief
certainly
static.
over the almost half mile of the parade route where we found them, we realized quickly that this was going to require additional resources, and we upgraded to the second alarm level. I believe it was 4:52 in the afternoon.
Okay. And what resources came with that second box level?
That would be another 4 ambulances, another 3 chiefs, and another fire engine.
Do you
It's
recall what
possible.
municipalities or other partners that you work with were part of that?
Frankly, the first
I would do him a disservice and leave him out.
the
for
first
sure.
coverage
There
I
was a
saw
total of
was
15
last week
municipalities
when
that
he
responded. I believe
declared
23
himself a
municipalities.
sovereign citizen. And so
The Waukesha
I've
Christmas Parade, that's an
actually
annual event,
tried
is that right?
to
That's correct.
not
And
read
have you
too
been,
much other
the
media,
shift commander
because
or
I
battalion
want,
chief on duty?
I realize
that
I'm
event
seeing
before
everything that's
2021?
in court,
Yes.
but I'm trying to see kind of,
Overruled. He
from,
answered. I believe he answered yes. His
say
answer
from
was
the
yes.
judge's perspective,
Said,
maybe
"Your
not
Honor,
from a
there's an
juror's
objection, wait till I roll."
perspective, but somewhere
Okay.
between a judge's perspective
Based
and a
on your
juror's
experience in that
perspective.
position, in terms of public attendance, so the number of people attending the event, where does the annual Waukesha Christmas Parade
I can
rank,
see that. See,
on the large public events that are
and
held
the thing is,
downtown
the
each year?
timing does align,
It
because I
certainly is
think
one
the
of
Rittenhouse
largest
trial
attended,
did end
if not the
around
largest. 4th
end
of
of
July is also
November.
very well attended. as far
That's
as
another
that's
one. I couldn't have covered that one.
Your department
I just
and the partners that
This is
responded
worse,
in response to your box alarm
but
procedure,
the political
you didn't
nature
transport
of
every single
Rittenhouse,
victim, person
I
who
would
was
have had a
struck
hard time
in
covering
the
it.
parade incident. Is that right?
Objection irrelevant.
Overruled.
That is correct. We did not transport every person. We transported a total of 24 patients.
My goal is to
Do you know
minimize
how,
political chatter on
any
this
other
channel.
people were transported away from the scene?
I believe
Overruled. He may answer.
there were approximately 49 additional patients transported.
What time?
I can't
did
comment
your
on the
last
judge
ambulance
because
leave the
like I said,
downtown
I
area?
avoided it. From what
The
I
last
saw, there were
patient was
rulings
transported by
I
ambulance from the
probably
scene at
wouldn't have
approximately
made.
17:35,
And
5:35 p.m.
I can think of more than a couple judges that
Yeah, that's
are
all the questions I
past
have.
retirement age that
Right,
should
do you want to
retire.
cross-examine?
I do.
And some are even judges I like.
Did you ever receive, well, first of all, good afternoon, Chief. Did you ever receive any additional information about the man with a knife in Frame Park?
That's irrelevant. Why
Other
would he
than the
have
radio,
any idea
report or the
about?
traffic on the radio?
Yeah, other than that.
He's not a
No, I
cop.
did not.
Unless he's
To the best of your
responding
knowledge,
to
do
someone
you
stabbed.
recall that ever being taken care of?
I
As
have
far
no.
as-
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
As far as do you know if
Yes,
if
Steve.
there were any
And
law
some
enforcement
recently
that responded
deceased,
to that
I wish had retired
radio
earlier.
report?
I
But
am unaware of that.
there
I
are
don't have any knowledge of
local
that.
judges here in Utah, federal and state, that I think should retire. I'm not going to name them because as an officer
Do
of the
you
court, it
recall-
would be inappropriate for me to do
Make
so.
sure I get the language of this correct. Do you recall
And I don't, 75, 80 in most
making
cases
a
is probably
report
good.
with
I don't know that
Officer
I'd
Wagner?
set a specific age
I do
though,
not.
but
Okay.
after a certain age, have like a yearly competency test, cognitive test, physical health test. Because, I mean, my OPA was a CPA. He
To the best of
retired
your
at like
knowledge, does
92, but he had significantly slowed down by then.
is Dan Rulo a firefighter on ambulance 51?
Dan Rulo is a member of the department. I do not recall if he was working that day or if he was.
But I know
assigned ambulance
50-year-olds that are too old to be on the bench.
Do you recall being notified? And I know it's kind of the same question, but it's phrased different in what I'm reading, so I just want to clarify it.
And I'm not saying I would
Were
be
you
opposed
notified
to
of a possible
75, 80
stabbing?
or somewhere in there.
Again, the radio traffic I received was an incident possibly involving a knife.
I have a friend whose dad was a big shot partner at one of the national firms that has a presence here in Salt Lake. And they had mandatory retirement at 65. And so a couple of years ago, they booted him out from being a partner at the law firm, even though he was still billing probably
Could
$800
you
an
clarify
hour
what
for the firm.
hot wash
But
is?
they
A hot wash is a
chucked him
term
out.
used to discuss events immediately after they happen. It's typically done after incidents of significance to gather as much information as possible immediately after and to see how everybody's doing.
My cousin's a doctor. I should ask him
Did you
about
respond to
what the standard is,
the parade route
or I
yourself?
could look it up. But
I responded to the incident on the parade route. That is correct.
When you arrived to the scene, was there still any immediate danger that you recall?
Vague. What's immediate
It
danger?
was difficult to gauge
Well,
if there
like
was any
immediate danger of
radio traffic on the
him
police
continuing
side
to run people
indicated that there had
down,
been shots
immediate
fired.
danger
And
of
certainly we had a
people
large number of
continuing to
people fleeing.
die.
Um,
What does immediate danger mean?
So that would be a tough question to answer.
It's so vague. How could you answer it? Was
Did
there
you
still
receive,
immediate danger?
any information about the shots fired, who they may have been fired by?
I did not.
He's not a cop. It's
Did you receive
irrelevant to him.
any information that someone may have been
He's there to
injured
save
by the
lives,
shots
not
that
to
were fired?
stop
I did not receive any
crazed
information
killers.
regarding that.
Why aren't you asking this of the police officers? You save it for the firefighter? I mean, do you think he just has a random checklist of questions he wants answered
Do
by
you recall
someone?
who were the first arriving units
And
to the scene?
he throws
The
darts to
first arriving
see
units to the scene were
who
myself,
answers what?
Engine 1 and Ambulance 51.
So would it be fair to say that
It would not
you
be
would
fair to
B10?
say.
That is correct.
And do you recall where you were positioned at when you arrived?
Yes, we turned right onto Main Street from Barstow.
And remember,
and we
our
ended up
Pee Wee Herman
probably
word of the
50 to
day
100
is
feet from that
grounds.
intersection.
So wherever you are, when
I
he
would say
says it,
southwest of that intersection.
got to wave your hands in the air and scream. I won't do it, but you guys need to.
Do you recall of any law enforcement attempting to clear the transportation routes?
At one point, I spoke with Sergeant Tokarski and asked him if he could assist me in opening up a route to get to the casualty collection point that we established.
It's almost like first responders need access.
Do you recall any loss of power in the downtown area?
What?
Yes, I believe
How is that relevant?
1740, so 5:40 p.m. sometime around then. The entire, all the lights went out downtown. The downtown area lost power.
Do you recall?
Although I do
receiving
wonder why that
any
happened.
information about what may have been the problem with the power?
He's not with the power company.
Not at the time. However, later that evening, it was determined that a power line had gone down due to the high winds that evening.
Oh,
So to the
so
best
the
of your
high
knowledge, it
winds
wasn't,
knocked people
due
over and
to
killed them.
The
I've got it.
incident that you were responding to.
That is correct. I do not believe it was related.
Do you recall about what time you finally left the area?
I believe we cleared the scene about 6:40, 6:45 p.m.
So that took 2 hours, roughly, to clear the scene.
Do you recall if it was already nightfall by that time that you responded?
Just to clarify, are you asking when we responded or when we left?
What exactly is
Roughly around the
nighttime?
time you responded. Do you recall it being
He asks, was it nighttime?
dusk?
I mean, it was
It was not dark outside yet. It was probably
getting
close
dark,
to dusk.
close to 5,
There
but
was still light in the sky.
Definitely
what
nighttime when you
what's
left the
nighttime?
That is correct.
What exactly is nighttime? That's vague.
Did you receive any information about
I
why
don't
you
think
needed to
he has
respond
asked
so
it about
quickly
the
to the
posted
scene?
speed limit. At least not
I'm gonna have to ask you to
not of the
clarify that. We were
firefighter.
dispatched by our dispatcher to respond
It's
to
25, by
an
the way.
incident, and
So,
in my
like I
line of work,
said,
that usually means you respond
if
very
I were
quickly.
charging, I'd be petty and I would have added
No,
charge
no
77,
information was
speeding,
given why you needed to
32, and
respond
a
so quickly.
25.
Our system is set up so that our calls are triaged and our response levels are triaged accordingly. And in this case, this would have been a priority 1 response or
From the
immediate response
videos, I
with lights
would
and siren.
classify it as dusk.
So it's really just get the call and go.
That is correct.
That's why they have
So
fire
to-
poles, so that they
To your
can
knowledge, you didn't
skip the stairs.
yet have information about why you needed to respond, but you know it was something that needed to be responded to quickly.
How does that matter?
That is correct. We were initially dispatched to an unknown incident, and then it was clarified en route, as I mentioned, when the alarm was upgraded, that it was a motor vehicle versus pedestrian incident.
I don't know if they ran toxicology
Have you ever had to respond to
toxicology
any
tests or not.
calls like that before?
Yes, sir.
Exactly. I mean, he said it. They responded at 4:50, roughly. They had the scene cleared by about 6:40. He was there for a
You
2-hour
mentioned something
period.
about
In late November,
accident plan,
it gets dark.
or,
Somewhere
if
between
I'm
there.
wrong, you can correct me, but was that what I heard? Accident plan?
Incident action plan.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I don't know that I actually know the legal definition
what does
here in
that
Utah
entail?
for the need
It's a
for
plan that's put
headlights.
together usually prior to or during an event.
I tend to turn
that
them on
describes
earlier
how,
than I need to and off
resources are
later than
going to be
I
deployed to
also
manage
need
or handle
to.
the event.
So it's sort of like just having something in place in case of.
It goes a step further than that. It's a plan that's in place or implemented, for example, in this case, to control access to the downtown area, to identify who was responsible for what tasks, such as clearing vehicles or establishing parade route integrity, those kinds of things.
It's almost like they have redundancies in their plans. They have contingencies because they don't want to be making up an emergency response on the fly.
Outside of the parade incident, to your knowledge, was there any more needed responses to any other incidents that may have been in the
How
area?
is any of that relevant?
While we were on scene at the parade, I believe that we received 2 other calls for service in the city.
I mean, basically, he's
to your
asking,
knowledge, do you
so
recall if they
did
were
me
directly
running
related?
over dozens of
do
people cause you to not be able to respond to other people in need of emergency help who were not on the scene?
No further questions.
That's how I read that question.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Very briefly. On cross-examination,
I really do
there was
like
reference
this young
made to a casualty
prosecutor.
collection point. Can you describe what that is?
So a casualty collection point is something that's established when there's a mass casualty incident or a large number of casualties or people injured. The goal of it is to get people to a centralized point.
So it's a
where they can
triage area.
receive treatment and triage or determining the severity of their injuries so that they can be transported directly from that area.
That makes sense.
It is the most efficient way to handle a mass casualty.
That's not something that you would set up in a routine pedestrian versus motor vehicle incident. Is that correct?
Unless it was a bus hitting
overruled. You may
another
answer.
bus.
That is not something that we would normally.
And that's not
set up
hearsay.
in a pedestrian versus motor vehicle accident.
Can we put exhibit 1 back up on the screen, please?
Go ahead.
Could you circle for us on the screen in front of you where the casualty collection point was set up here?
Overruled.
I
You may
mean,
answer.
Brooks asked all about sort of their operational
And it's
plans.
supposed to be the.
It's not
intersection of two
irrelevant
lanes.
going
Okay.
more into the
And,
operational
from
plan.
there, where were the injured people transported to?
From that point, they were
I've
taken to five
commented on
area
that
hospitals.
multiple times last week.
So not just Waukesha
He's
Memorial.
going to do
That
nothing
is
but
correct.
lead
Waukesha
next
Memorial is just up
on
below
his
off the side of this
direct.
map. Is that right?
That is correct.
And we
What
also
other
looked at the
hospitals
rules
do you
of
recall?
evidence
Aurora Summit,
Because
Freighter at Menominee Falls,
under
Children's
the
Hospital, and
Wisconsin
Frederick
rules of
Hospital.
evidence
And aside from
on direct
ambulances
examination
involved the Fire
of
Department and the other responding agencies,
pa-
do you know how else victims were
witnesses
transported
that
from the scene?
are hostile
Hearsay.
or
Overruled, he may answer.
sort of related
Numerous
to
patients were transported
the
up by law
opposing party.
enforcement, bystanders in the parade, and
you
family
can
members.
lead on direct, but that's
On
only on
cross-examination,
civil
in
cases.
reference to
So
this
he
being a
can't
motor
lead
vehicle versus
even
pedestrian incident,
people who were already
were
the
asked
state's
whether you'd
witnesses.
ever responded to call like that before, and you said, yes, sir. You remember that testimony?
Yes.
So I'd ask a clarifying question. Have you ever been involved in or directed a response to a motor vehicle versus pedestrian incident of this magnitude before in your career?
Objection. Hearsay.
It's not hearsay.
Overruled.
He's asking him about his
I have
career
not.
experience.
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
We need to get you're 30 minutes behind. Well, 16 now.
I don't
Static.
think this witness is on the defendant's
We
witness
need the
list.
fast
Lastly, he may be excused
forward.
from this subpoena.
You may.
to allow Mr. Brooks the time to
Next
look
witness.
what
They
hearsay
would call
is.
Nicole White.
All right.
I would say, Steve, that it would be comedy gold, except it's going to be difficult to watch because, once again, as I've said multiple times, it's all well and good to laugh at sovereign citizens and their antics, but we
Next,
also
Ms.
have to
White,
realize
you
they're
would please make your
dangerous.
way to the
It's a
witness
dangerous
stand.
ideology,
It
and
is on my right.
this subject matter
all
is
the
just
way to the back
difficult
or
to
front of
listen
the courtroom,
to.
as the case may be. And if you would, when you get there, come up a riser, raise your right hand, and my clerk Teresa will swear you in.
I hope he caught a charge for filing the lien against the judge's
I
property.
solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the
This is
truth.
why there needs to be like a hold
Thank you,
on
ma'am. Please have a seat.
judges and
First thing I will ask
prosecutors
you to do is to state your
and
first
even court
and last
clerks and
names
everything
for the record and spell each.
at the county
Well,
clerk's
I
office, just so you can't get a false lien filed.
WHITE.
And basically you
Thank
need
you. Go
a
ahead. your
court
witness.
order to enter the lien.
Ma'am, I'm going to direct your attention
Or at least
to
some
November
sort of
21st
permission.
of last year. Were you at the City of Waukesha parade?
I was.
And were you a participant or were you a spectator?
Do you know that sovereign
I was
citizen's
walking
name? See?
with,
Because I've seen some
the Remax group.
who did receive.
So did Remax
prison
have
sentences.
a float in the parade?
Yeah, there was a van.
Okay.
It was,
Is there anything unusual about
It was
the
shooting flame.
van?
it had like a fire projector off the back of the top of the van with like a basket.
How did it come about that you were walking with the Remax group?
My friend's mom was with the Remax group and it asked
No
us
worries.
to
See,
join
no,
and walk
don't-
with them.
Don't go
Approximately
out of
how
your
many
way.
People were walking with you that day.
I would have to guess and say maybe like 12.
Were a lot of those people you had known from your friends, your relationship
But
with your
I've seen
friends?
some
Yeah,
where
about half of them.
there was quite a bit
What
of
was the
news
general-
coverage. And this was a
remember the
couple
weather that
years
day?
ago.
It was in November, I'm
And I
assuming
know it
cold?
was in the South.
Yeah, it was
I don't remember if this one
rain,
was
and then
specifically North
sweatshirt and
Carolina.
jeans, weather.
Had you walked in the parade before?
No, man.
Had you ever been a spectator at the City of Waukesha parade?
No.
So I'm going to show you a clip.
I
and
think
it's,
Blandino would
kind of at
claim.
the beginning of the parade. It's Exhibit 142.
I don't
I'm
know
gonna
what
have it displayed on
Blandino
the
would
screen in
do.
front of you.
He insists he's
And
not
I'm
a
just
sovereign
going to
citizen.
Ask you, we'll play a couple seconds of that if it's
And his
okay.
ideology
And just let me
doesn't
know
seem
when
to
it's displayed
exactly
on your
match, but
screen.
he is sovereign citizen
Is it
adjacent.
before you now?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just going to play it for a couple seconds. Okay.
I'm assuming for those of you who followed the Kim Blandino saga, you saw that Roger Hilligus
You
was
recognize that video
caught
clip?
last week.
I've
So
never seen this before. No.
that
Does
trial hopefully
show
can
though, however, the van
get
that was in
going
front of you that
soon,
you were marching with
and
on
that
the
should
parade
be a
on
fun
November
one.
21st of last year?
Yes.
Let me play a couple more seconds and you can tell me if you see yourself behind the van, all right?
See, I'm thinking Georgia or Florida in my mind, but it's
Does
happened
this
enough.
accurately reflect what you recall of this section of the parade, which it looks like it's at the beginning of the parade in terms of who you
It's
were
happened
with
enough that they
and
run
what the float
together.
looked like?
Yes.
Okay. I'd ask that the court admit this into evidence and display it, publish it to the jury.
Witness just stated she doesn't recall the clip.
The witness has answered questions that establish the foundation for this. And based on that, the court is going to receive Exhibit 142 and permission to publish is granted.
So wait one moment. I'm just going to have it play through so that jury can see it, okay? Okay, if you can play.
There are a lot here in Utah too, but we have a smaller population than the Appalachians. Something about mountains must cause it.
Can you pause it for a moment?
Yes,
Do you,
it's up to our
yourself in
Nevada
this,
judges.
This section that's been paused?
Yes.
There's a touch screen. The screen in front of you actually will
I
react to
really
your
can't
finger.
wait for
Can
the
you circle
Hilligus
where you are in this frame?
Hanty trial. That one should be comedy
Okay.
gold.
And if we can clear that off, I just wanted to let the jury know kind of who they were looking at. If we can play it the rest of the way, it was paused at 21 seconds. It's a total clip of 33 seconds.
And I know you guys have liked and subscribed. I'm going to do the YouTuber thing. But make sure you bribe all your friends and family to like and subscribe too.
Did you have a formation or exactly what was the purpose of the people walking behind the van?
Advertisement.
There were other people that were passing out candy along the way at certain points. I was mainly just taking pictures as we went.
Okay. And was that part of your kind of your duty is to kind of take pictures of the whole environment, what was around you and kind of your perspective from walking in the parade?
Yeah, part of one of my friends from the group, her younger son was in the basket of the Remax van, so I was taking pictures of him and the other younger boy.
The hot air balloon
Did there come
being
a time when
the
you, in
Remax
the
real
parade route, that you
estate
started hearing
logo.
something unusual going on behind you?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever hear anything that caused you to look back?
No.
So what do you remember about at some point where you struck?
Yeah, that's the first point that I knew that anything was happening was when I was hit. There wasn't any
Okay, so this is the first
at that
physical
moment.
victim to
So
testify.
can you tell the jury what you recall of that moment, if you will?
This has got to be tough for her.
I just remember being struck.
And
by
she
the
said she
vehicle
didn't
from
hear it come,
behind
or she didn't see
on
it coming.
my back, and then I fell to my knees and kind of like rolled under the vehicle, and like when after it happened, I guess like I didn't really know, like I thought that like somebody would have stopped after that point, and when I
Once again, there's so
looked
much of
up,
that.
I just remember the vehicle
The
like
false tax
continued.
returns that,
Do you recall anything about the vehicle, like a vehicle description, what color it
in
was?
fact, the first trial I
It was
ever
like a
attended
red
live
SUV.
was
And when you said
the
that
feds
the vehicle,
prosecuting a
you
sovereign
thought it would have
citizen
stopped. Did you see the vehicle stop?
tax accountant
Did you see any brake lights?
Who was
on the
accused of
vehicle?
massive tax fraud
Not that I can
using a
recall.
sovereign citizen theory.
The objection is noted. It's overruled. Will you restate your answer, please?
No,
And I should have maybe clarified, did you see any brake lights activated after, when you looked up from being hit?
no,
So that
Now,
means
where were
he
you in
hit her
relationship to the
and didn't
float when the
brake.
car struck you? Were you immediately behind the float? Do you recall?
I was probably
I guess you go big or you go home.
a
See,
couple of yards back from the float, but I was behind the Remax van, yes.
So would it be fair to say that you were more in the middle of the road versus on the left or the right side of the road?
Yes,
And when you looked up after being struck, did you see the path that the car took, or the SUV?
it veered to the left side of the van that was in front of me.
And then did you see where it went after that?
It just continued, but I couldn't, like the van, well, I couldn't see anything beyond that, no.
As you saw the car after it struck you, so what you're saying, I just want to make sure I've got this right, is prior to the vehicle striking you, you never looked back before it struck you.
Correct,
So you didn't know what hit you at the time that you were struck.
correct.
the coming
And when
cross-examination is
when it
going to be
passed
tough.
you, how fast was it going? And I'm not really talking
He
about how
better
many
not
miles per
abuse
hour,
her.
but was it at a slow speed, a medium speed? How would you describe it for the jury?
Objection, hearsay.
It's not
Overruled.
hearsay.
Go ahead and answer.
Jesus.
I mean, I would guess probably like, maybe like 20 miles an hour.
I'm assuming that you
We've
drive
heard
a car
quite a range of
daily,
estimates as to
and you've been
speed,
driving
which just goes to
for
show
10
people's
years, more than 10 years?
perceptions can
More
be
than 10
different.
years,
Okay,
yes.
thank you. Did you ever hear a horn coming from the car prior to you being struck?
No,
Did you hear a horn coming from the car, or horn noise coming from the car after you were struck?
no,
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 15. I'll again be on the screen. And it's, would you generally characterize this, and it can be displayed, it's already been admitted into evidence.
Yes, permission to publish. Once again, is granted.
Generally speaking, do you recognize this as a parade route? If you look in the upper right part of the screen, there's like a purple line that kind of goes down White Rock Avenue, takes a right, and it goes down Main Street. Does that look familiar?
yes,
And that would be the route of the parade that day?
yes.
And direct your attention to approximately shortly after Main and Barstow. There's a star, a yellow star, and then if you connect that line to the yellow star, it says your name and Remax Services. Do you see that?
Yes,
Would it help if we zoomed in, or you can see it from there?
I can see it.
Okay. Why don't we zoom in a little bit so maybe the jury can see it? I don't know how familiar you are with Waukesha, but the roads are kind of a little crazy. And would that accurately reflect where you were
They don't
struck?
quite have the grid we have here in Salt Lake
Yes.
City.
Thank you. After you were struck, what did you observe of the parade route?
I mean, it was very chaotic. There was people at that
Very
point that
chaotic,
began,
I'm
like,
sure, is an
running and screaming
understatement.
to either help others or flee from the area. There was like a group that like came to me and like helped me over to like the side of the road.
Were you able to walk?
No, my knee was injured, so
What did you do once, or what happened after you got to the side of the road?
initially the people that came to me helped me sit in a chair on the side of the road, and then eventually moments later they moved us into the building that was right there, which was the Smart Asset Realty.
And that's also in the area, I think it's reflected on Exhibit 15, that would be in the area of where you were struck.
That's correct. Yes.
What did you do once you got into the Smart Asset Realty building?
I mean, there was several other people that were in there as
Hang
well.
on. She works for
and
Remax. She got
we-
into the
like I
Smart
sat there and
Asset
waited.
Realty
There
building.
was a nurse or someone that had
So
like,
the
some medical
competition
experience
allowed
that
her in to
kinda, like,
receive
looked at
aid.
me, and then I waited until later on when I was there was a police officer that came back and escorted me to the hospital.
So the police officer transported you to the hospital?
Correct.
Was that Waukesha Memorial Hospital?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 20. And I'm going to ask you, it'll just be in front of you initially. I'm going to show you a couple seconds of that and ask you
Going
if
back to
that's,
our discussion of
if
the
you
TV show
recognize,
Rake,
what's
this
contained in that
morning.
video. It is a 3-second video, so I'll actually
one
show the
of
whole thing to
Cleaver
you
Green's
before we ask that it
rants
be admitted
in that
published.
show was
So I
about
already
the
take a
use
moment to
of
do that.
correct instead of yes.
Is it on the screen in front of you?
There's nothing
Yes.
like a good Cleaver Green rant.
Did you recognize that video?
No, I had not seen that before.
Do you recognize what took place in that video?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury what you just saw?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Ground.
That it's not
Not
hearsay. I mean,
It was
grounds
a
for
video of
overruling
the
it.
events that took place that day.
The judge doesn't
where I
have
was
to
struck
explain
by
her reasoning to
the
you.
vehicle.
I would ask the court to admit this exhibit into evidence and also to allow the state to publish it.
I don't think Rake's on Netflix anymore. I haven't
Exhibit
seen it
20.
in a while.
Mr. Brooks, anything?
Objection.
The
Grounds.
objection is noted, it's overruled. Exhibit 20 is received permission. to
I mean,
publish
he
is
just
granted.
puts an objection out there.
Now, before we start the
But
video,
It's okay for him to
do you
not
recognize the
include
white van that's
grounds.
depicted, I'd say in the upper third of the screen?
Yeah, that is the Remax van.
And you see approximately where you are on this frame?
Yes.
And can you, I don't know if you can do it with the video, but if you can
That's
just
good to
circle
know,
it
Steve.
or circle you.
Those of you who haven't watched it, go watch it on Prime.
Off the top
Rake.
of-
Yeah. Can we clear that? I think you circled a couple people. There's one, and I think before you circled yourself, you were wearing a red sweatshirt right there. Okay, thank you. If you can clear the screen. And let's take a look at the video. Thank you.
Objection, we just looked at the video.
Overruled.
That how is that? We just looked at the video. Did he
That
not
accurately
replay the
depicts a
same
car hitting
video
you from
over and
behind and
over
then
on his
rolling over your legs.
cross-examination?
Yes.
What injuries did you suffer as a result of this, generally speaking?
Objection, hearsay. She heard it from the
Two
doctors.
torn ligaments in my right knee, and then to my spine, like my lower spine. 2 vertebrae were like compressed, and then my tailbone.
And those were all the results of being struck?
Oh, correct.
Thank you. Nothing further. Thank you.
Any cross, Mr. Brooks?
Yes, Your Honor.
He,
You
I have a
stated
feeling we're going to
that
hate him even more now.
when you were struck from behind, you didn't hear or see the vehicle approach. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you estimated this. Did you estimate the speed, or do you
said
recall
20.
how fast the vehicle may have been going
When it hit me, no, I was not able to see that.
when it passed you?
They had asked me when it passed me afterwards what I would estimate it to have been. And I said, if I had to guess, it was probably around 20 miles an hour afterwards.
would it be fair to say
It comes
from
and goes
the
on
videos that we just saw
on
that
Netflix, so I just
the
wait till
vehicle
it comes
wasn't
back.
traveling fast?
Your Honor, I'm just going to, for the record,
Grounds.
just clarify that the video is showing at 50% speed.
Grounds. Wow.
Grounds for
I
showing
didn't
it
know
at
that
50%
initially, I
speed.
guess.
Nobody knew that.
That's
Can you
why
play
she
it at
brought it
full
up
speed
for the
then,
record
please?
now.
And then he can ask the question.
Sir.
He really needs to learn another word besides grounds.
Go ahead, your questions.
That was just ridiculous.
And you said that you would estimate the vehicle was going around 20 miles per hour?
Correct.
And how would you come to that estimation?
By observing the
I
vehicle.
guess I'm not sure how you want me to answer that question. And
basis for you saying 20 miles per hour.
based on previous experience with vehicles,
You mean you don't have
So would it
laser
be-
beams
so
coming
would it be
from your
fair to say
eyes
you-
to
You don't know for sure how fast the vehicle was traveling?
there's no way for me to say for sure how fast the vehicle was going. I
it-
was not driving it.
it was going faster than the parade was.
You stated that you fell to the ground. Would that be fair to say?
Yes,
Did you at any point get a description of the driver of the vehicle?
no,
She can describe the vehicle though. You've already
Were you able
been
to make out if
identified
anyone was
in the vehicle.
besides the driver?
no.
I'm guessing
Did you get
she
a
only
license
saw
plate
the
number?
rear end of the vehicle.
No,
Did you file a claim in this matter?
What?
there was a police report filed,
But
yes.
did you file a
Do you
claim?
remember the name
as-
of the officer that you filed the report with?
No, I do not. There's an FBI agent.
So it was an
Do you
FBI
recall
crime.
the date that you were interviewed or that you made the report?
November 21st.
So the day of the
Would
parade.
that be with the FBI agent as you just stated or with local law enforcement?
The FBI.
I know it's kind of far, but can you see this paper that I'm holding?
That looks like sovereign citizen bullshit.
Is that your handwriting?
If you can't see it that close, just say you can't.
I can't read it from here.
With the.
I mean, it might be an
document, can
official
we put it up?
document, but that looks like moopish nonsense. Comic-Con wouldn't have let him in the door.
Do you think we can get this up and just
Okay,
present it as?
thank you.
I guess you're
I
limited
believe it's
to
about 2 minutes.
the
to
stamina you
present it.
have in your hand as to creating ridiculous documents.
Yeah, just to verify, this will just be preview.
That's
for the
one way to
witness. It
keep
doesn't
full
contain
employment in
identifying
Wisconsin,
information
though,
yet.
hiring more court clerks.
I was somewhat object to that, Your Honor.
Hey,
This is a public trial. We have to remember that.
What are I would object to that because this is a public trial and that's something we have to remember. If you don't lay a foundation for a document, it's
That's
not going to be
upside down.
published to show to the jury.
Can you move it up a little bit? Well,
Use your words
can you
like
see
a
that?
big boy.
It's not in front of her
Oh,
yet. so
I'm
we do
sorry.
that. We just wanted to make sure we could get it working.
I'm sorry.
It'll be there momentarily.
I apologize.
You wouldn't know. There you go. It's up.
Is that your handwriting on this document?
Yes,
And you stated that you gave a report to the FBI on November the 21st. Is that correct?
Asked and
that is
answered.
correct.
Is it correct that this date here says 12/29 of 21?
That's not what this form is.
What would this form
It's
be?
almost like it's an ongoing issue.
That was a form that was filled out as a
It didn't
follow-up.
end for her
Based on my
on the
experience
21st
at
of
the point,
November.
I spoke
The
with someone in
investigation
person on the
continued
21st.
after the
Do you know who
21st of
provided you with
November.
this form that we're looking at?
I believe it was through the victim's witness program. I don't recall correct. No, it was emailed to me, I believe.
So would it be fair to say then that the report you filed was with Officer Wagner?
You talking about this report or previously?
The report of being struck.
It's
On the
almost like
21st
she
of
talked
November?
to
On the 21st of
multiple
November.
people.
Do you know the name of the individual you spoke with on the 21st?
Not offhand, no.
Unless there's impeachment evidence in here, I don't know how this is helping him.
Do you recall stating in the report that you filed on November 21st that you saw a red SUV go to the left of the float and then to the right in front?
I don't believe that's what I recall is what I had stated earlier was that I saw it veer to the left of the float. From there, I wouldn't have been able to see.
Would it be fair to say that reading from the report that you gave?
She's not
on
reading from the
November
report.
21st, that it says that you saw a red SUV go to the left of the float and then to the right in front.
I don't have the report, so
Would you like to see it? I have it right here.
Mr. Brooks, do you want to show her the report? Then you need to put it on the document camera. Review it again.
This is painful.
Your Honor, that is not the report. I believe that may have been notes that were with the report that went to Mr. Brooks. That is not the report.
Looks to be a summary of what she may have provided to another officer, FBI agent, but not the report
So
itself.
if it's a
in
summary,
light
it's
of
not
that,
her words.
She's not going to be questioned on that unless that helps refresh her recollection.
Does it?
Look at it, it's in front of you, right?
Yeah.
Does that in any way help refresh your recollection about what you may have told an investigator in this case?
Once again, unless you have something
Emily 21st,
specifically
Yeah, I
to
believe what I-
contradict her
this was a year
credibility,
ago, but I
you
believe
want
what I
her off the
said
stand
was
as
that
fast
I
as
witnessed it
possible.
Continue to drive.
You don't want to continue giving her a
veer
chance
the
to
left
say,
to avoid
you
the
hit me
van that was in
and
front of
injured me
and
and
then
kept
continue
going.
driving without stopping.
Every time she repeats that is
So the
damaging
record is clear because it was being used, I think, to refresh her recollection. After she reviewed it, I turned off the camera. So it's not in front of her at the moment.
because it would be inappropriate for her to testify with it in front of her. She testifies from memory.
It's being given back to you. Go ahead, ask your next question.
I have the actual report too, if that may help.
You should have maybe started with the actual report.
Would it be fair to say that you testified that
That
you
wasn't
don't recall hearing
testimony.
anything or
At least on
seeing
the
anything
report.
before you were struck, correct?
Correct.
And now this is reading from the report.
So would it
page
be
one.
fair to say you blindsided her?
Proper foundation for Mr. Brooks to use would be if reviewing a report would refresh her recollection, and then based upon her answer, he would go from there.
Well, you could also just directly ask the
That's-
question, since it's on cross-exam. Isn't it true that you said X to the investigator? But you need to quote directly then from the
I intend to.
report. Go ahead, ask your question.
Quote right from here. Is it true that you said
Isn't it true?
when you were walking, well, it says White explained when she was walking, she heard screaming, and as she looked around, she was hit by the red SUV. Does that refresh or help you recall anything that happened on November 21st?
No,
Do you recall saying that?
I do not recall those exact words, no.
But that was a year ago. It's almost like with
Do you
traumatic
recall saying
events,
that
there are things that get jumbled, and whether she heard screaming before or after
when this is all
doesn't help
explained, like,
you.
in the third person, I'm assuming. It says White. As she lay on the ground, White stated she observed the red SUV go to the left of the flow, then to the right in front of the flow.
This doesn't help you. This shows you
Again.
avoided floats. You avoided
Yes.
vehicles
Go ahead.
in order to continue on
As I
plowing
previously
down
stated,
people instead of
I
hitting
observed the
vehicles that would
van
stop
Go
you.
towards the left, the vehicle go towards the left of the van, at which point there was no indication that it was stopping or anything, and that it continued from there.
If
I
I'm
could not
doing this
see what happened beyond it
cross-examination,
going to
I
the left
want
of the
her
van
off
because
the
the van was
stand
in
as
front of me,
fast as
blocking my view.
possible. This does not help.
It also says White stated the vehicle appeared to be traveling extremely fast and it did not slow down or even brake. But you just said that you couldn't see the vehicle once it.
She said
veered
she never
around
saw
the
your
van. Is
tail
that
lights.
fair to say?
She said
As
you
it
never
veered to the
stopped
left of the
down.
van,
This
it did
slowed
appear to be
down.
moving fast, yes.
Would it be fair to say that
While you
the
were in her
video
view,
footage
she
doesn't
did not see
show
brake
that?
lights.
Objection that mischaracterizes the video footage, as the
Grounds.
video was cut off shortly
Don't
after. striking
interrupt her
restraint.
as she's giving her grounds.
You're making an argument, which is something we
Ugh.
can do later, so I'll sustain the objection as to the form of the question.
He really puts the grr in grounds.
It goes on to say, White did not observe the driver of the SUV and could only describe the SUV as red, and it appeared to be a lower rise, in quotation marks, SUV and maybe a Traverse. Do you recall saying that?
A Chevy
said it was a
Traverse
similar
would be
size
similar
to a
to
Traverse.
a Ford
What is a
Escape.
Traverse?
Objections are relevant.
Well,
Grounds.
it's overruled. She may answer and explain why she said what she did.
Because in my opinion, it's a lower sitting SUV or vehicle versus
Meaning it's
some of
not
the
jacked
higher-
up. It's not a off-roader SUV.
some
It's
of them sit up higher and are bigger in size. There's more of a mid-size, lower to the ground SUV, in my opinion.
which is a good description of an
Similar to a
Escape.
Traverse.
Do you recall saying that, and I'm reading from the report again, White stated that she was treated and released at Waukesha Memorial Hospital and sustained bruising, scars, and road rash on her body and a knee injury to her right leg. White stated that she did not have a broken leg. but
She
may
had
have a
two torn ligaments.
MCL. Do you recall reporting that?
Yes,
That's what
So
she
would it be fair
testified to.
say, and I'm asking this because you said may have a torn MCL. Would it be fair to say that at that time you were not sure of the full extent of your injury?
How does that matter?
yes.
She knows now that
About-
she had
About
two
how long
torn
were you treated
ligaments.
at Waukesha Memorial Hospital?
When? That day
A
or
few
follow-up
hours.
treatment? What? He's coming across as heartless, and that does not help. Re-traumatizing victims does not help. Unless there's a specific aim, unless you're trying to contradict a specific point, if you have a specific area to impact her credibility, unless you're going for something like that, just stop. Don't question her for the sake of questioning her. Sometimes no questions, Your Honor, is the best course of
And did you
action.
file a claim in this matter?
What
any-
do you mean
any
a
type of claim?
claim? Did you file a police report? Did you sue him?
Yes.
Did you? I
What
mean,
was that claim?
what do you mean by
There
claim?
were claims that were filed.
I
with
mean,
the
are you
state of
asking her if
Wisconsin
she's the
that were to
plaintiff?
cover, like, the cost
I'm
of
assuming this is trying to lead into his sovereign
the
citizen
medical
bullshit.
treatment that was received.
So the state of Wisconsin offered
Ex-
to
Like
pay your
I
medical
just said.
expenses.
Like I
It's
just said.
through the Victim Witness Protection Program.
So would you consider yourself a party to this matter? then?
She's a witness.
Grounds.
Sustained, not relevant. Excuse me.
And we're all out of
And
laughing
in the
gas.
claim that you
See?
filed, did you file a claim under an injured party?
Objection, I guess I'm not
Grounds.
understanding the question. It's vague.
Grounds.
It's vague.
She indicated she filed a claim because she was injured.
So
Mr. Brooks, I'm sustaining the objection as to the form of the question. Please rephrase.
do you consider yourself an injured party?
Yes.
Are you a plaintiff in this matter? Grounds.
It's irrelevant.
Witness.
She's a
Sustained.
witness.
Have you read or seen a complaint in this matter at any time?
Objection is to relevance.
Grounds.
Overruled. She may answer.
I'm sorry, what was the
I don't
question?
think she knows what the
Seen or read the
complaint
complaint.
is, which isn't a criticism of her.
I don't know what complaint is being referred to. No.
And were you aware that you may be called to testify in this matter?
He seems more like a
Yes.
Geico person than State Farm static.
And who are you?
Or no,
informed
no,
by?
he's with the General. They have the most obnoxious commercials.
The victim witness program and
The Waukesha
the
County
prosecutors.
prosecutors called her.
So are you saying the state of Wisconsin?
Objection is to relevance.
Grounds.
Relevance. She
Sustained.
stated the grounds.
Mr. Brooks, under item 611, please move on to another line of questioning.
She gave him a lot more leeway with the professional witnesses. With an actual victim, she still let it go on too long.
At the moment that you were struck, did you observe anyone else struck at that time?
No,
So it'd be fair to say that you were, to your knowledge, at that time, you were the only one that you knew that was struck.
She says she didn't see anyone else.
yes, to my knowledge. At
Would
that
it be-
time.
Would it be fair to say that there were numerous people in the general area that you were at that time?
Yes,
At that time, did you learn about anybody that was struck at the point in time that you were struck?
She says she wasn't aware at the time.
at the time that I was hit, no.
This isn't
And you
pulling
stated that
teeth.
you didn't
This
see
is
any,
removing the appendix without
brake lights?
anesthesia.
Correct.
She says she did not see brake lights. She never saw
you were
your
able
brake
to
lights.
see that from the ground position?
She already
Correct.
answered that. Calling over and over attention to the fact that you never braked after hitting her does not help. In fact, it's extremely harmful to your case.
From your opinion, did it appear to you that
How selfish of
the
her,
vehicle
only
was attempting to
noticing
strike
that
anyone?
she was hit from
Objection,
behind
calls for
by an
speculation.
Grounds.
SUV. Calls for
The way
speculation.
he
She
asked,
said,
the way he asked it, did it appear? If you know, you may answer.
It appeared it was traveling in the direction where it could have struck other people, yes.
but to the best of your knowledge, you didn't know for sure.
she said no, she didn't see anyone else
Correct.
struck. She was on her back
further questions?
injured.
Redirect.
God.
Ma'am, after receiving medical attention at Waukesha Memorial Hospital, did you receive any other medical attention following November 21st, 2021?
Objection
Yes.
irrelevant.
Overruled. She may answer.
And directing your attention back to the video, it was Exhibit 20, the one that was the overhead video. Do you recall seeing that video today?
Objection. She never answered the first question.
She
You said
did.
yes.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't hear it.
It was a little quiet, but I heard it.
Do you recall seeing Exhibit 20, which was an overhead video of you being struck?
Today, yes.
Yes. And was that the same red SUV depicted in that video as what you saw after you were struck?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
That was brutal. That was devastating, both the direct and the cross.
She may.
But he's the one wiping tears from his eyes. I mean, that had to have been the second most traumatic incident for her after being
You may
hit.
call your next witness.
But he's the one
The state calls
crying.
Sarah Waymeyer Aparicio. Madam Clerk, could we also work on getting the rear table switched as the input? Thank you.
I'm sorry, what was her name again?
Sarah Whitmire.
Thank you. That's fine. Good afternoon, Ms. Waymire Aparicio. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is up a riser to my right. When you get there, please remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk Teresa will swear you in.
And remember, they have invoked the witness exclusion rule, so none of these witnesses have heard any of the prior testimony.
Thank you, ma'am. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names and spell each for the record.
All right, my first name is Sarah, Sarah. My last names are Waymire, Wehmeier, and Aparicio, Aparicio.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Ma'am, can you tell us where you work?
I work for the school district of Waukesha.
What was your job title during the 2021-2022 academic year?
I was the director of bands at Waukesha South High School.
This is going
What kind
to
of
be
things do you do as
bad.
the band director at South?
Organize all sorts of events. whether
Remember,
it's concerts or marching band.
He
performing
ran
parades.
through the marching band.
How long did you hold that
They are
position?
not having the
I held the
children
position on and
victims
off over the years for
testify,
10 years.
just Miss Waymire
As the band director at
Aparicio.
Waukesha South, how frequently did you interact with the kids who were members of the band?
On a daily basis.
And did you know the name of all the kids that were in your marching band during that school year?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Did the band march in the 2021 Waukesha Christmas Parade?
Yes, we did.
Were you there with them?
Yes, I was.
Had you done that in the past?
Yes, I had.
About how many
every-
times?
Every year that I was there, we did that parade as well as Memorial Day.
Would you describe it as an event that the kids look forward to?
Absolutely.
When the band
Absolutely
marches,
no
are they
problem,
in
Empty
formation?
Woods.
They are.
I have a feeling
about
this is going to
uniforms?
be
Do they have any?
difficult.
We do have uniforms, yes.
When you march in formation,
My
is this
mom
something
played
that
the
you practice with
flute
the band?
and
We do. We
piccolo
practice,
in her high school
with the
marching
students that
band
are in the
and
marching
with
band
the
portion of
University of
parade. We had
Utah for
also
a
done
year.
the parade in the Dells that year, so we had practiced with that. For the students that are not in marching band, we had practiced during class time for several weeks leading up to it.
How does the formation of the marching band get set up?
So we practice during class and then we kind of have the general structure of what it will look like. And then student leaders within the section place the students in their places the day of the parade.
So they have a little leeway, but you don't want bass drums marching next to clarinets.
Correct, exactly. So we say these 2 rows will be flutes. So senior leaders help decide which flutes are in those located or those specified places.
I'm going to ask that we project Exhibit 21 onto the screen for the witness and the defendant.
Permission granted.
Just let me know when you see a picture in front of you.
Okay. It is here, yeah.
You'll notice the weekend
Okay,
did
what
me
are we
good.
looking at with Exhibit 21?
I'm
Can
not
you tell us what
coughing
this is?
quite as much as
So
last
this
week.
is an aerial view of our marching band. You can see the names of the students that are identified. Those were all students that were physically impacted.
They
by the
can
car that day.
Prepare the
November
witnesses.
21st,
They're not
2021.
able to
the
coach
Waukesha
them.
Christmas Parade.
Correct.
So they
Have
can
you
go
reviewed
over
this,
kind of what they
photograph
plan
and
to
the
ask
information contained in
them.
it before your testimony today?
Exhibits
Yes,
they
I
might
have.
see
Does it
help them
accurately represent,
emotionally, but they
the
can't say,
formation
when we
of
ask this question,
the
we
kids in your
want
band
this
on that day?
answer.
It does, yes.
I move Exhibit 21 into evidence and ask to publish?
And they can definitely sort of prepare them for
Yeah, I
cross.
agree.
Say, you know,
Exhibit 21 is received. Permission to publish
Wait.
is granted.
when he asks a question, wait, give us time to object before rushing
Can we
into
zoom
an
in on that a little
answer. Stuff like that.
There we go.
And also
Can you walk us through
they
from
can
left
give
to right,
them
just identifying, I know that we can all read.
sort of
just for the record,
clues on
can you
what
read
they
those
might
names for us,
expect
and then
from
also tell us what instrument
cross.
each of those kids is playing?
All right, so first we have Aiden Lofgren on bass drum, Connor Tank on crash cymbals, Justin
I'd
Goffson
definitely
on
give them a warning
sousaphone,
that he's
Eric Teagues,
difficult.
trombone, Tyler Pudliner
That would be
on tenor sax,
preparation, not
Still on the
coaching.
exterior, Harry Gofoy on trumpet, then Eleanor Anders on mellophone, Theo Mazza on trumpet, Mara Gilchrist on alto sax, and Sasha Catalan on clarinet.
From the looks of this is the
What's a
left
mellophone?
side
A mellophone
of
is a
the
marching
marching
version of a
band
French
that
horn.
was hit
What about a sousaphone?
A marching version of
for
a
the
tuba.
most part.
Have you ever seen the Ohio State Marching Band perform?
I have, yes.
I'll withdraw the question.
I'm not a
So-
fan of Ohio State, but I understand they have one of the
There are 10
more
members of your band
impressive
identified in this photograph, is
marching
that right?
bands
That is
out there.
correct.
Okay. Could we please project for the witness only Exhibit 15?
You answer the other party's question as shortly and concisely as possible.
There's a map on the screen.
If
Are you familiar
if you
with
can
downtown
construe it
Waukesha?
as yes
I
or
am,
no,
yes.
Okay, do you recognize
it.
what we're looking at in this map?
I do, yes.
unless
Um,
adding
Exhibit 15
a
was previously received
little
and
more
published. I'd ask
can
to
be
publish again.
helpful.
Permission granted.
But don't volunteer information they don't ask about.
Could we zoom in, Ms. Gussie, on the intersection? There we go. Yep. All right. Do you see a yellow star between Barstow and Gasper Streets on Main Street?
Yes.
And looking
And
at
see
the map
line
right
connecting that
now,
yellow
this
star
goes
to
against
a box
the
with
sovereign
some
citizen.
green
Show me
background
the
and
victim.
some
Show me the
names.
victim. There's a
With a
long
banner
list
of
of victims
Waukesha
on the
South
map
Band.
right now.
Correct, yes.
Take a moment,
Some
as
in
much
red,
time as you need,
some
read
in
through those
green.
names in that list. Let me know when you're done.
Okay.
Are the names on that list identical to the names that you previously told us about in Exhibit 21, that photograph of the aerial view?
Yes.
It's not irrelevant.
She may
It's
answer. I
highly
believe she did
relevant
answer,
who
and her
you
answer may
injured.
stand at the jury will hear that.
Can you tell us what happened while your band was marching between Barstow and approaching Gasper Street on Main Street on November 21st of 2021?
So I was towards the front of the band. That tends to be where I typically am because if you can imagine a typical parade, there's a lot of stopping and starting as the band is going through the streets. And so I am in connection with our drum majors. Those are the student leaders who have the whistles that give the students the command when they should be forward marching and when we should be marching in place. So I'm helping look ahead to see what's coming down the road while the students are busy playing their instruments. The streets had just narrowed as we got into that point, and there was a lot of enthusiasm in the crowd, and I could feel the energy from the students. And all of a sudden I heard something going on. So I turned around, and at first I thought there was an emergency vehicle or something. I could tell there was some sort of a vehicle trying to get through. And then I started just seeing things flying in the air, and I realized this was not a vehicle waiting for people to move out of the way. I realized
And
this
once
vehicle
again, there was
running
nowhere
over
to run.
people. The
There were
students
buildings
around me
built
all
up
kind
right
of
up to the
dispersed at the same
sidewalk.
time. I thought in the initial moments that it was an accident, but then as I turned and the car went immediately past me, and I could see that the driver was staring straight ahead and knew that, could have clearly seen that they were running over people.
What happened
That was
next?
well stated.
My first impact was to run after the car for a moment. And then I realized, because I watched them run over the people in front of me as well. And then I turned around and I saw my students all laying on the street and screaming.
That would
A
break
police
me.
officer immediately, what felt like at the time, immediately came running, shots fired. And so my students who weren't injured were all dispersed. And I was trying to, at the same time, watch over my students in the street, but keep an eye on where the other students who were going so that I could make sure they were all safe as well. But I stayed in the streets so that we didn't know where the shots fired were coming from. So I wanted to make sure that those students in the street were safe as well.
And just to clarify, you mentioned that you heard from a police officer that shots had been fired.
Correct.
You yourself, with the trained ear of a band director, didn't hear any gunshots?
I did not hear gunshots, no.
I'm going to ask that we project on the screen for the witness only, exhibit number 24, please.
Permission granted.
And can we make sure we're playing this at normal speed? And we're going to turn the volume off while we identify, so we'll leave it off there. Just going to play a few seconds without any volume, and then I'll stop and I'll ask you a question, okay?
Okay.
Okay, we've stopped at about 5 seconds into the video. Do you recognize this video?
Yes, that is our band performing.
And I'm not sure how familiar you are with downtown, but do you know the businesses that your band is in front of right now?
We're by Davino Gelato and Martha Merrill's.
Okay.
And then the Alo Chocolate and everything's on the other side.
If I
side
ever
as well as
make
an
it
apartment
to
building.
Waukesha, Wisconsin for any
Did you review
reason,
this video before your testimony today?
I want to try out
yes, I have.
Davino
Does it accurately
Gelato.
depict what happened to your band the
Yes, it
afternoon?
does.
Although we
for
have a good gelato place
Move
about a
exhibit
mile from my
24
house.
into evidence and asked to publish.
Any position, Mr. Brooks?
Objection.
Relevancy.
The witness has seen this video before. How would that
That
corroborate with the testimony?
Your objection is noted. It's
What-
overruled.
what
Exhibit 24.
I don't understand
is
his logic
received.
there.
Permission to publish is granted.
They
We are
showed
going to
her
play this
in order to
entirely
authenticate the
through. It's
video
30
to get
seconds
it
long. We're going to play it
admitted.
once with the audio at normal speed. Go ahead.
Okay, obvious trigger warning in case they show the video. The sounds will be bad though. No video,
All right,
but
let's pull it up
that
again.
was
Let's set the speed to 50%.
that was awful to listen to. That was
And turn the audio off.
I'm speechless. That was
And we're going to play to a certain point, and then I'll say pause, and then I'll ask you some questions when we pause, okay?
Objection. What is the relevancy of playing it at
What-
slower speed?
so that they can see what
Objection's noted.
happens.
It's overruled. Permission granted.
What's the relevance of showing
Go
what
ahead.
happens? It's contagious static because he's making me sick.
Pause. We've paused at 11 seconds. From viewing the video up to this 11-second point, can you tell us who in your band was struck by that SUV so far?
So far, that would have been Aiden, Connor, Justin, Eric, and Tyler. I believe at that point, perhaps also Harry.
And let's resume at the 11-second mark, please.
I'm glad they're not showing this one. I'm sure this is why they were discussing
Pause at
FCC
16
standards before the trial
Would it be
started.
fair to say that the remaining students we've been talking about today were struck after that point?
Correct.
And now we've reached a point where the SUV is completely past all of your band members?
Correct.
I'm going to ask that we project for the witness only exhibit number 23.
Once again, they need to let the witness identify it.
We're just going to play a few
Before
seconds
the
at normal
jury
speed here
sees.
without any audio. Pause. We're 5 seconds in. Do you recognize this video?
Yes, I do.
Did you see yourself in the video?
I did.
Does this video depict the same marching band in the same area of Main Street on November 21st?
It does.
I'd move Exhibit 23 into evidence and ask to publish.
Any position, Mr. Brooks?
Objection.
It's
Objection is
devastating
noted.
to my
Overruled.
case.
Exhibit 23 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
We'll play this once through.
At some
normal
point,
speed
I'll
with
get
audio,
that
please.
on a hotkey. The liar objection. It's devastating to my case. But I'm a noob.
At the tail end of that video, we saw a red SUV. Is that the SUV you've been talking about during your testimony?
That is, yes.
And can we go back to the beginning of that video? We'll turn the audio off. And we'll just play a few seconds here from the beginning. Pause. We are 2 seconds in. Do you see yourself on the screen?
I do.
So that's a touch screen in front of you. Would you mind drawing a circle around yourself?
Okay.
All right. So you are directly above the black shirt band banner.
Correct.
And I think it's the right
And we can
side
do
of the
that.
screen
You're ready. Thank you.
that gets
I
hit
ask that we put up
predominantly.
for the witness only exhibit number 22, please.
Go ahead.
Just gonna play a few seconds without any audio for the witness only.
I don't believe there were any fatalities in the marching band.
Pause. And we've stopped at 7 seconds. Do you recognize that video?
I do.
What does this video show?
This video also shows the car coming through as well, and different angle in terms of some of the students dispersing as well, some of them getting struck by the car.
Is this video also an accurate representation of what happened that day?
Yes, it is.
Move exhibit 22 into evidence and ask to publish.
Any, Mr. Brooks, any
Objection.
position?
Objection.
The objection is noted. It's overruled. Exhibit 22 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Notice he never gives grounds for his
We're going to play
objections
this,
to
in its entirety. It's
admitting
32 seconds
videos.
long with the audio.
only the prosecution needs to give grounds.
Did you see yourself in that video?
I did.
Let's go back to the beginning, please, and set it to play at 50% speed. And we'll turn the audio off this time.
That's just hard to
And we'll
listen
play from the
to.
beginning.
I can't imagine doing this on the witness stand.
Let's pause. We've paused at 9 seconds. Can you use the screen in front of you and circle yourself if you see yourself? Can we clear that, please?
Yep, that's her.
And we'll resume at the 9-second mark. Pause. We've paused at 21 seconds. You testified earlier that you initially ran towards the vehicle as it was driving away. Is that right?
Correct.
Do we see you do that in this portion of the video?
Yes.
If you see yourself, can you circle yourself on the screen? So you're in the bottom right-hand corner. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
Thank you.
I don't know what she would have done if she had caught
We
the
can-
vehicle.
Take that down. Did you see that red SUV stop? at
I know
any
what I
point?
would have liked
No.
to do if I had caught the vehicle.
As you were in real time remembering the events of that day, do you recall seeing any of your students getting hit?
I did not see any of my students get hit, only of the group in front of me.
Eva.
I just saw, like I said, things flying because they were in the formation that came through the middle.
In the immediate aftermath, after the vehicle had gone through and after you had run after it briefly,
Mhm.
did you have any personal interaction with any of your students who had been hit?
I did. There were several on the ground, and they were surrounded by other bystanders who stepped in. So I just basically was circulating on the ground between the students who were injured, and then the students had run away to several shops in the area. And so I was just, it probably was an hour. It felt like, I don't really know how much time it was exactly, but rotating between the students who were injured as we were waiting for first responders, as well as checking on the students and trying to
I mean,
at least keep
comforting
kids
the ones who were not hit
not injured
was
in
just
a
as
space where we knew where
important
they
until
were,
their
so we could
parents
safely
can get to
home
them.
once all of our injured students had been picked up by first responders.
Do you know whether any of those students that you had personal interaction with had to be transported to the hospital?
There were several students that had to be taken to the hospital.
Do you know in general the nature of some of those injuries?
There was many broken bones, a lot of, there was internal bleeding, dental work that needed to be done, lots of stitches, cuts, abrasions,
I mean, dental work, not only getting hit by a
Sprains
car, but I
and
imagine
ligaments.
you have a trumpet up to your
Did
mouth.
you remain in your capacity
Gets
as the
jammed
Waukesha
into your
South
teeth.
marching band director for the remainder of that academic year?
I did.
You eventually went back to school after that Sunday, the 21st, is that right?
That is correct. So we went back to school once we were assured that we had as many students that were still left in the area back to get them on the bus back to school.
You're talking about that night, Sunday,
That
the
evening,
21st?
yes,
Okay.
yes,
And in the days that followed, kids
Yes.
came back to school,
they did, yes,
and you had personal interaction with the members of your marching band?
yes, I did.
Your objections noted, it's overruled.
Can we please put exhibit 21 back up on the screen? And this has previously been admitted. It's the diagram. I'd ask that we put it up for the jury as well.
Go ahead.
Based on your own observations that day, your interaction with the students in the immediate aftermath, and your review of the video evidence here today in court, how many of those 10 members of your marching band were either struck or run over by the red SUV?
They all were.
Can you tell us whether or not you got a good look at the driver that day?
I did from the profile.
Approximately how many feet would you estimate you were from the driver at its closest?
Probably 2 feet.
You were still in the street at that point,
Correct.
and the SUV was too?
Yes.
We saw in the video what the lighting conditions were, but could you describe from your own memory what the lighting was like that day?
It's not irrelevant. It goes to her being
The
able
lights were
to
beginning- the sun
identify
was beginning
you.
to set. However, we were in an area where we were by lots of stores, so the sun was still out, as well as the light coming from all the storefronts.
The light looks good in the
Can we project on the
pictures.
screen for the witness only, exhibit number 120? Do you see an image on the screen in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Is that image an accurate representation of what the driver of the SUV looked like that day when you saw him?
Completely, yes.
I'd move exhibit 120 into evidence and ask to publish.
120 is received. Permission to publish is granted. May have been received earlier.
Yeah, it's already been issued.
Yep, that one has been received already.
I believe you testified a little bit earlier about the driver's demeanor as you observed him. Could you go into more detail about that?
Objection, hearsay.
It's not hearsay.
So originally my perception
Once again,
just had been
it's
that I
her-
assumed there
her
was an
direct
accident because I could
observation.
not imagine anything else. But when the car went past me, my perception changed of what was happening completely because the driver was looking straight ahead, looked very attentive at that point. So the driver clearly was aware that he had hit and run over all of these people. It was not something that could have happened without the driver's awareness. We were also coming up on an intersection of a cross street. And although there was a crowd on the side, again, this is just my perception, but if the driver had been trying to escape the parade route so they were no longer
He
hitting
wouldn't have
people,
gone
I felt like an
straight.
instinct would have caused the head to turn to see if there was a way out on that
Of course,
side
if he
street.
wasn't trying to
But the
hit
driver's
people,
head never
he
turned
would have
looking for a way out of
stopped.
the parade route at that moment. And that's what caused my perception of what was going on that day to change.
When
He
you say
had
side
plenty
street,
of
you're referring to the
opportunity
street that runs
to
in front of
stop.
the Martha Merrill bookstore,
Correct.
Jasper Street.
Jasper Street.
And again, just to clarify, when we look at exhibit number 120 here, the person in white, is that a member of your band?
Yes, that is. That is one of the student conductors.
And then the person in the foreground on the right with a blurry face, is that another? I don't know if you know who it is, but can you tell us if that's a member of your band?
That is a member of our band, yes.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for this witness. Thank you.
All right, court's going to take a break before we do cross-exam. Take our afternoon break for about 15 minutes. All rise for the jury, please.
And once I take a look at the map, I'm going to take my afternoon comfort break too. Where is it? There it is.
Thank you. We are in recess. You can step down if you'd like.
All right. And like I said, I'll be back in a couple minutes. Gonna leave the stream running, so behave while I'm gone. All right, I'm back. It's awfully nice of the judge to give us a break. Um, so to answer Static's question, once my internet comes back. Hopefully I'm still here. So, hearsay. The exact definition, the generally in the rules of evidence. In fact, I even, since I have the Wisconsin rules of evidence, sorry about that. That's the tone we were getting at lunchtime. I turned it off for you guys before I turned it off for me. Um, so hearsay. Looking directly at the Wisconsin rules of evidence once it loads. Okay, that's the wrong section that I opened. I opened definitions because, like I said, you go by the definitions in the statute, not the definitions in Black's Law Dictionary. Except I don't like the way that the Wisconsin rules of evidence do this, so I'm going to just go with the federal rules of evidence. So, hearsay is an out of court statement used for the truth of the matter asserted. So, yeah, but here's the Wisconsin definition. Hearsay is a statement other than one made by the declarant while testifying at the trial or hearing. So, out of court statement offered in evidence to prove the truth of the matter asserted. So, that has a few elements. It's a statement, but statement, looking at the Wisconsin rules, a statement is an oral or written assertion or nonverbal conduct of a person if it is intended by the person as an assertion. So the nod of a head could be hearsay, or even the pointing could be hearsay. It's not always hearsay, though. The so the basics of hearsay is real easy. An out of court statement used to prove the truth of the matter asserted. Um, where it gets difficult is there are exceptions, and even there are things that are specifically listed as not hearsay. So meaning they're not exceptions. So you ask, is it hearsay quoting someone as fact without the person making the statement to be there in question? That would be hearsay. Um, Technically speaking, that could be double hearsay because it could be hearsay even if the declarant, the person who made the statement out of court, makes the statement in court. or would still potentially be hearsay. Whereas me saying Static said this hearsay would be double hearsay. So, in order to get that statement in, you'd then need an exception for both. We'd need an exception that would have allowed you to have made the statement in court, but then we need a second exception to allow me to make the statement. So this is why it's so complicated. It's so complicated. And so, like, the two things listed as specifically not hearsay are prior statements by a witness. Um, if it's So it says the declarant, so the person who made the statement, testifies at the trial or hearing and is subject to cross examination concerning the statement, and the statement is inconsistent. So this is impeachment evidence. Uh, so if it's inconsistent with what they testified about, so that's, isn't it true that you said this in your statement to police and it doesn't match up with what you just testified about? So even though that's an out of court statement, it's not hearsay. Um, or if it's consistent with the declarant's testimony and offered to rebut an express or implied charge against the declaration of recent fabrication or improper influence or motive. So that would be basically, um, let's say I have a text message that's hearsay, and I testify that, and the text message says, um, hey, this is Static, and I'm here committing this crime. And I'm on the stand and I testify, I never, you know, when Static was charged, that's the first I ever heard of the crime. Then the prosecution could come back and say, well, you received this text message showing that you had knowledge of the crime before the charge was made. So, and then the second area where it's specifically not hearsay is an admission by a party opponent. So, for the prosecution, Mr. Brooks would be the party opponent. Whereas for Mr. Brooks, he is not the party opponent because that he's on his own side. And it just it gets more and more complicated as we go on. There's a reason why hearsay is like a third of the full evidence class. And then we have hearsay exceptions, um, where the declarant is available or where they're not available, and specific things why or why it's not in.
I didn't time my break
I'm
this
not
time, so
being
we
very
weren't at-
clear, Static. So it's just it's complicated. Um, but the thing is, even ignoring the exceptions and statements of a party opponent and um, prior inconsistent testimony, Mr. Brooks isn't getting the definitional element of hearsay right. He's not getting the out of court statement portion right. Even ignoring the made for the proof of the matter asserted, he's not getting the statement part right.
Of pens up here.
All right, that's a real interesting camera they're showing, but I wonder what's going on. I actually, one of my favorite law school professors was my evidence professor. Um, she, it was a full big classroom, 70 people. She didn't allow laptops, so you had to handwrite your notes in ink and pen, um, or paper. That's something I didn't like because I'm terrible at handwriting. Um, I'm terrible at taking notes in general. Uh, but she'd break it down real easy ways to follow, and she like some professors in law school, you hear about the Socratic method where they pick someone at random and they call on them for a case and they keep going, and it can be real intimidating. My civil procedure professor, my first semester of law school, was terrifying. Um, by the time I took evidence, it was my second to last semester of law school, and I didn't care anymore about getting called on. Um, but my evidence professor, she made the whole class participate, and so she would call on people, but it wouldn't be put them on the spot for the next half hour. It would be answer a question or two and then move on to the next person. And she really did a good job getting people to understand or to comprehend for the any sovereign citizens in the class.
But we'll see.
And for Mr. Brooks, that it's not just that suit jacket that's too big on him. The shirt you could use as a bed sheet. It's massive. I realize they don't have good tailors in jail, but
Teresa, you want to update my my exhibit? Do you have that? I've been keeping them going. So whatever's easiest to do. Otherwise, you can just make some notations. You can come on back up.
and we're still on the band conductor. I can't imagine being put in her position to
All right,
testify
we are
to
back
this.
on the record. Appearances are
It
as
has
they
to
were
be
before.
so
We'll bring
hard.
the jury out for cross. Go ahead.
Whereas, Your Honor, can we address the subject matter jurisdiction?
You've
please?
already addressed the subject matter jurisdiction. And why do you always wait until she's summoned the
Judicial
jury
determination,
to
Your
bring it up? It's funny, Static. There was a guy in my civil procedure class who, for the first semester of law school, I thought he was kind of slow because he raised his hand all the time, asking what I thought were obvious questions. He was top 5 in our class. So sometimes it's just those little clarifying questions that help to make everything click. And the reality is, especially in law school, asking questions, you're not making the professors mad unless you're being redundant. You're winning brownie points by asking questions because they love participation.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Mr. Brooks, do you have any questions for this witness?
I sure do.
Go ahead.
On the night of evening of November 21st, 2021, do you recall what officer conducted your interview?
I do not recall.
That's why people
Can
go
you
to law
recall if it
school.
was a detective or
Avoid math.
just a regular officer?
I do not recall.
You mentioned earlier in
I think the
testimony
rank of the person
that there was a side
interviewing
street
me would be
where there
the
could have been an
last thing
exit
on my
out of the
mind.
parade route
Correct.
provided. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say, yes.
And yet you didn't take that
Do you
side
recall if
street
that,
to exit the parade.
Side street was barricaded in any way?
I do not recall.
You could have stopped. Barricaded side streets have no bearing
Do you
on your
recall if
ability to
there was
stop.
another side street on the opposite side of the street?
The other side of the street has a plaza, so there's an open space, but it's not a traffic, for car traffic street.
Do you recall what that street would be used for if not for traffic?
It's a
It's
plaza.
an open space where people who have been on the shops on Main Street can go down to the Riverwalk.
Do you know if cars can park there?
They may not.
That's quite a
So it's
transition.
basically like just
Static.
a walkway.
Correct.
From what you recall, can you estimate the speed of the vehicle that you saw that day?
I'm not good at estimating speeds, but it felt fast as it went past me. It felt like it was accelerating.
That's bad for him.
And you stated you was relatively close to the vehicle when it passed you.
Yes, I was.
Were you injured in any way?
I was not. Fortunately, I'd moved just in time.
Do you recall if anybody that may have been directly next to you was injured in any way?
They were not.
So would it be fair to say that everyone in your immediate area was not struck?
Not next to
Depends on
her.
how you want to define immediate, but the first 4 rows of the band, no one was struck because at that point everyone had run away.
I was referring to, I guess I wasn't clear enough on immediate.
Well,
I
you
was
should use your words
referring to
and be
directly
clear.
next to you.
Directly next to me, no.
Were you able to get a license plate number of the vehicle?
I was not.
I mean, does he somehow
Did you
think that
notice any
not identifying the
tinted
specific
windows to the vehicle?
license plate?
It's 11 months ago, but I believe there were in
I
the
mean,
back, but I don't want to say yes or no for sure on that.
Did you see anyone else in the vehicle?
I did not.
none
you
of
see
his
the
cross
back seats of the
examinations have
vehicle?
helped
I
in
did not
any
look at the back
way.
seats.
Could you see the passenger seat of the vehicle?
I could.
Do you recall anyone being in the passenger
I
seat?
did not see anyone in the passenger seat.
I just don't know how he thinks any of this helps him.
Did you initially hear any sounds before you realized that something was wrong?
The band had just started playing, and so I was concentrating and listening to the sounds of the band, and then all of a sudden it was just the sound of chaos as the car came through the band.
So it would be fair to say
Wasn't
that
he a
was
lizard
pretty loud.
person?
Where I was at that moment, yes, because I was directly in the middle of the band.
Would you say extremely loud or moderately loud?
I
I would
remember
say moderately loud. And as
shortly
the band
before
director,
he
my
died,
job was listening to the sound of the band, and so I could give the students
Schrodinger's
feedback and guide
cat
to
had
school.
a
So that's where my focus was.
friendly debate with MC Toon
From
about
your estimation, do you think
sovereign
it would have
citizens versus
the
flat
sounds
Earth,
from the band
and
and
they basically
um,
agreed they were
the
both
people and
insidious because they're
just the
kind
parade
of,
itself? Would that at any time
if you believe them, you'll believe
impaired you
anything.
from hearing everything that was going on?
Everything likely, but for example, like it would have still been, it wasn't so loud, I would have heard a car horn that I would have been able to hear.
I wasn't referring to that.
Okay, I was just asking because you were asking volumes, and so I couldn't have heard everything. I couldn't have heard something soft, but something that loud as an example.
She wouldn't know that you've been asking about car horns because she was
So
not present for
just to be clear,
previous testimony.
from your opinion, you think you would have been able to hear a horn,
I believe I would have.
even at
That's
the
a
same
good
time
description.
listening for the band notes, as you say, you have to give them feedback when you got back to school?
Because that would have been an unexpected sound, so that would have been something that would have stood out in my
It would have
memory.
been
It's
something that
almost
caught
like
your
she
attention.
has a
Exactly.
trained ear as a band conductor.
So in your opinion, do you estimate it would have been hard to hear any screaming or anything of that nature?
We started as soon as the screaming started, we did hear that immediately.
I mean, as the band slowly stopped playing, because not all of them stopped
Because
immediately.
as soon as the screaming started, the students stopped playing, and so that
One-
loudness.
It's
one
almost
second.
like
Right.
one loud noise replaced another. It faded from one into the other.
Do you recall how long you had been actively participating in the parade at the time of the incident?
That had been my first year back as the director of band for a while, but I marched in that parade in high school myself. So I've attended on the years that I was not teaching. So it's probably my 40th time plus at that parade.
I think you probably misunderstood.
Well,
with
you
how-
asked a
well,
vague
that was still-
question.
I don't have to ask that question.
That was a vague
I was referring
question.
to how long you had been marching at
Oh,
that,
at that time,
at that point in.
probably blocks all change size pretty quickly in Waukesha, but we had been going for about 4 blocks. We were about at the halfway point of the parade route.
Did you notice anything amiss?
The
up until
parade
that
was
point?
under a
Up until that point, no.
mile. The active parade route. I
Did
think
you
they
hear
said
any
7/10
law
of a
enforcement
mile.
radios that may have alerted you to
No.
something being wrong?
No,
Because clearly the band director's marching with a CB,
So it would be fair to say, as far as you know,
police
everything was
scanner.
pretty much standard.
up until the moment, yes.
She probably doesn't know about the knife fight either. This guy's ridiculous.
You stated in your report that you were walking backwards facing the students.
No, I was walking forward because the students near me were walking backwards. So I was the eyes in front for the students who were marching backwards.
So is it possible the report could have misquoted what you said?
I have not seen the report.
The report that I have would be page 2.
She says she hasn't seen
I
it.
don't have that in front of me.
Would you like to see it?
Sure.
I'll do my best. Somehow I don't think I'll have much ammunition for puns and bad jokes that
So
I'm
I
getting
see-
aggravated.
There we go. So I was facing forward, and then as soon as I heard sounds, I turned around and started facing backwards at that time to see what was happening. So my
Wow,
direction of
she's able
movement
to turn
until the incident
around.
started was forward. And then once I heard unexpected sounds coming from the back of the band, then I turned around.
I'm amazed. She
Do you
was marching
recall,
forward and then
the
turned
statement that's in
around.
the report, though? She stated that she was
Such
walking
a difficult
backwards,
concept.
facing the students. Do you
I-
recall that?
I do not. I guess I recall. Yes, I must have. I don't recall this exact moment. I've spoken to lots of officers.
That is a good Beatles song, Static. I enjoy Don't Let Me Down.
Do you recall thinking that the SUV was driving right at you?
It's the Beatles with Billy
It felt
Preston,
like it
of
for a moment,
course.
yes.
And you stated that you initially started to chase after the vehicle, but briefly, but then stopped.
That was my instinct at the moment because I don't know why. That was my instinct at the moment.
Mr. Brooks, are you done with the
Yes,
statement?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, no problem. I think you're done.
I guess I get that from being an uncle instead of a dad myself. Except that means my job's to make the even worse jokes that a dad couldn't get away with.
Would it be fair to say that the unexpectedness of the event may have
Seared it
clouded
into your
everything that you
brain.
recall about the event?
I think there's certain aspects of the event that I have great clarity for because it was such a life-changing thing. There's certain moments that are very clear in my memory. And then there's other aspects that maybe other people noticed that maybe 11 months later that are less clear because some of the other more graphic details are so strong in my memory.
That's a good answer. It's almost like you only have
It would be fair to say though
a
that,
limited capacity to
or
absorb
would it be
your
rather, I'm
surroundings.
sorry about that. Would it be fair to say that you don't recall everything
She just said
from
that.
November 21st
It was
evening?
that would be accurate.
She just said that. She said she has great clarity on some things and not so much on others.
To your recollection, would you have left out any details in your report?
Jesus.
No.
Were you able to see any license plate number?
She
on the
already
vehicle?
said, asked and answered.
Do you recall about how far you initially had the reaction to chase after the vehicle, but then turn back to
She said a couple
the
seconds.
students?
It was just a few steps.
Do you recall exactly where you were at
I was
in the parade?
At the front of the
in terms of
band.
the order of the parade.
In terms of what intersections you may have been at?
We were right. I was personally right outside of Martha Merrill's bookstore.
It's almost like that's a detail she remembers. Imagine that.
From the video footage, there were clearly a lot of spectators or people that weren't actively involved in the parade.
Yes,
And it
Did
would
you
have
at
been
any
difficult
time
for
see
them
any of
to
the spectators
disperse.
struck?
I did not.
That's because you ran through her band. And her immediate focus after would be tending to her band. Because she's an adult with responsibilities. And those children were her
After
number
the
one
incident,
responsibility.
did you see any news reports about the incident?
I did.
She wasn't sequestered.
Did any news reports that you saw jog anything to your memory?
Not especially, maybe just showed different things that happened that evening in different parts of Main Street where I
But
wasn't.
those wouldn't
but
be
nothing
things
changed my
that she testified
recollections of the
about.
Self-band experience.
So it'd be fair to say that what was reported on the news, you kind of pretty much already knew.
Correct.
And the prosecution wouldn't have asked her about what she learned
you
on the
recall
news.
the news reporting how many people may have been hurt?
Yes.
Do you really want her to give a number here? This is a bad line of questioning.
From which you recall and observed, do you think that those said news reports were accurate?
How is she supposed to
Grounds.
determine that?
Sustained. It's not relevant.
About how long did you stay at the parade after the incident?
I did not have my watch with me that evening, but we were there for quite a while because the students had scattered. And so it took us a while, as well as waiting to make sure all the students that were injured were taken by first responders. And they were overwhelmed, so it took a while for first responders to get to everyone.
And then she loaded them on the bus
you
to
actually
get
left,
back
it
to
was
the
nightfall.
school.
That is correct.
Do you recall the power going out?
That did not happen till we were back at the high school.
So you had already left.
That's what she just said.
By the time there was no power.
Correct.
Do you recall what time you left?
She just said no.
I don't recall.
She doesn't remember how long
It
she
would
was
be in the bus
there.
company records. But
The jury is hating him. He's wasting their time. A petty jury would find him guilty just for wasting their time. That would be inappropriate, but he makes it a lot more likely.
Thank you. Any
Wait.
Some brief
Wait.
clarification, and then I'd like to show one video.
He didn't ask a single question about the plaintiff. Is he learning or did he
There were a few
forget?
mentions during cross-examination about your report in quotation marks.
yes.
You didn't actually sit down and type up a police report after the parade, did you?
No, I did not.
Irrelevant.
overruled?
It's not
Answer.
irrelevant. You brought up the
You can
police
answer
report.
again.
I did not.
If there is an objection, let me rule
I'm
first.
sorry.
That's okay.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. You met with police officers after the fact and provided interviews, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then, do you know whether they wrote police reports summarizing those statements?
If they did, I did not see those.
I would like to play for you exhibit number 22 one more time. And I'd like to play it for the jury as well, Your Honor, if that's all right.
It's already in evidence.
Objection, we saw this video numerous times at this point.
Are you going to play the whole thing or parts of it?
The witness was asked about whether she heard a horn honking. And so I'm simply going to
She
play.
did not ask if she heard a horn.
You
She
asked her.
Did the sound of
You
the
asked
parade.
her
How- how
about
was it?
horns.
I'm sorry, tell me again why you want the jury to see this
I
and
would
the
s-
question, because
I
she
would-
was not asked specifically about a horn. She offered something.
In response to a question about what she heard. I simply want to play this video to see if the witness can hear the sound of a horn honking.
objection? What's the relevancy at this point? She never was asked the question. Your
She
Honor.
was asked about what she could hear.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay, I don't have anything else.
Holy
for this witness.
cow.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
Not that it would have mattered one way or another. The prosecutor just wanted one more opportunity to play that video for the jury.
Your next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state calls Kyle Jewell.
And where was Kyle Jewell in the parade? I wonder.
Good afternoon, sir. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is to my right, upper riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please
I'd
have a
guess he's
seat.
in his 20s. He might be in his 30s, but he's a
First
fairly
thing I will have you
young
do is to
man.
state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Kyle Jewell, Kyle Jewell.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Jewell.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Jewell, on the day of November 21, 2021, did you attend the Waukesha Christmas parade in downtown Waukesha?
Yes.
Did you come with friends and family members?
Yes, with family.
About how many people?
So he
were
was
in your
probably
group,
a spectator.
Probably 7 or 9. I would have to count them
That's
to really
okay.
get the accurate number.
Okay. And where did you set up along the parade route to watch the festivities?
Yeah, so we were right in between those new apartments and Olo Chocolate. I don't know what road it was next to.
Okay. And so you were right on Main Street, correct?
Yeah.
And new apartments are like 4 or 5 stories high, is that right?
Yep, right
Okay.
next to Olo Chocolate.
Okay. And
From
on
the drone
north
tour,
side of the road
It
then.
looked like a
Okay.
big modern apartment building.
As you were sitting there, what do you recall happening, sir?
Yeah, so we were watching the parade.
I think they said they had
Had a
video
bunch of
footage
kids in
from
front
the
of us,
top
my
of
kids,
the
some other family
apartment.
members, and at one point, you know, we had I believe it was the Remax hot air balloon truck coming to the left of us.
That's the one with the flame.
And then we start hearing just some people yelling, "Stop that car!" And the next thing you know, from my left, going down the road, you see a red SUV just go straight through the parade. And where we were sitting at that time was the Waukesha South Band, and just drove right through Waukesha South Band and just continued going.
Did you see any people being struck by the SUV?
Yes.
Did you see any objects flying in the air?
I didn't see any objects flying in the air. I saw the red SUV going over people.
Okay. Can
Ow.
you describe that for
Ow.
us, please?
Yeah, so the band had just passed us, red SUV going, again, this is just an estimate, maybe 30, 40 miles an hour, just went straight over the Waukesha South Band, and it's not like it stopped. I mean, it went over. I saw the red SUV. It looked like it went in the air, like over a pretty big object, and it just was like a big old speed bump and kept going.
Okay.
That would account for the broken
You saw
bones the
that from your
band
position on
teacher
the side of the road?
mentioned.
At some point, did you get up and leave your position?
I did. So when the red SUV had pretty much gone through the band, my reaction was to run after the car, and honestly was trying to get into it to stop it. That was just my perspective on it.
Okay.
I did not get into the SUV.
Were you able to catch it?
No, it drove off at a pretty quick speed after it went through the band.
And you were running on foot?
Correct.
Okay. Prior to the
He's not a
to
lunatic.
the
Who would
SUV
drive
hitting
through a
the students
parade?
in the band, did you hear the horn on the vehicle honking at all?
I did not.
As the vehicle struck students in the band, did you ever see the vehicle stop?
I did not. It would have slowed down a little bit as it hit people, but it did not slow down when it hit the band and then when it drove off.
Okay.
Did you see brake
I'd like
lights?
to put up exhibit number 25, please, for the witness. Go ahead. And is there anything on your screen in front of you, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Is this 25?
I think 25 is a new exhibit. I don't remember seeing it.
And
but I'm not taking notes either.
You see the video that's showing on your screen in front of you, sir?
Yes,
Is this a video that you've seen before?
yes, it is.
And do you believe this is a true and accurate representation of the events as you saw them on November 21 of 2021?
Yes,
Like to admit number 25 and permission to play it for the jury?
Anything, Mr. Brooks?
Objection is hearsay. How's
It's
everybody seeing the videos before seeing them?
that's not what
You
hearsay
can ask that on
means.
cross-exam, sir. But the foundation has been
They've
laid,
seen it
and
probably
Exhibit
because the
25
prosecutor
is
played
received.
them.
Permission to publish is granted.
That's not
We're gonna
inappropriate.
put it up, and then before we play anything,
In fact,
I ask
it's
if
just
you could
good
point out to the
preparation.
jury the approximate area where you and your family were stationed.
how do you want me to do that?
That's a touch screen in front of you. That's a good question.
Oh.
You can either circle or mark with an X, or there's a dot you can put there, whatever.
Yeah.
Just the general area where you were standing.
Somewhere over here.
Okay. And you remember seeing the parade approaching then from your left?
Yes,
I'm sorry, the band, excuse me.
yes.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and play this with volume, please.
Okay. Oh, they took it off screen. I was worried. They had him identify himself on screen, but they removed the video right before playing it. Thank goodness. I didn't want to see that. And you can hear cheers right now over the drums. And you can hear horns.
Pause.
And you can
Pause at the
gradually
41
hear
second mark.
it be replaced with
When do you
screams.
first recall seeing that red SUV? Was it about this point or was it back further?
Pretty much right when it rounded the Remax van.
Okay. And then do you remember seeing it come around the left side of the Remax van and then veer to the right in front of the Remax van?
Yes,
Because once again,
And
he was
now it's
steering
headed
around
in the direction of where
vehicles,
you and your family
but
are?
not
Correct.
You
people.
remember that, sir?
yes.
What were you thinking during this?
Really what's going on. Normally you don't see a vehicle going that quick down a parade route.
Or the
Okay.
opposite direction of a parade.
Go ahead and continue playing, please.
It's just hard to listen to that. It's oh my
And
God,
then,
run.
We're going to play it again a little bit slower, and I want you to point out the point where you yourself get up and run after the red SUV, okay?
Okay.
Before you have him do that, for the record, how long is this video?
Thank you, Judge. The video is exactly 1 minute in duration.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So play it at half speed, please. No sound, because with half speed, the sound is
Distorted. Oh, they're showing the video at half speed now. On. This must be the video they talked about from the top of the apartment. And we're seeing the SUV swerve around the Remax fire-breathing vehicle, and then they cut away as he's approaching the band from
You
behind.
can pause it right there.
Okay, we're paused at the 48-second mark. You see yourself, sir?
I do.
Where are you?
You want me to circle it?
Circle it. You've just run out into the middle of the street, is that right? Or towards the middle of the street?
Yes.
Where were you going?
Chasing after the car.
What were you gonna do if you caught it?
Wanted to stop it.
Try and stop it.
Yep.
You described on your direct testimony the seeing the car look like it was going over speed bumps, is that right?
Yes.
Is that what's shown in this exhibit number 25?
Yes.
In fact, it was going over people, not speed bumps.
Correct. Yes.
Keep playing, I want to see where you go.
I'm really glad they are not showing this to the
And we
public.
played it to the end, just
I'm-
for the record. You never were able to catch up,
No.
but towards the end of that video, you're off screen. We can't see you anymore.
Yes.
Just
How far down
watching
did you
the
chase that
victim
SUV,
watch
sir?
it and
It
relive
had
it.
to have been pretty far down the road. I don't have an exact that I can remember.
I just
But I ran for a pretty good amount of time. It wasn't quite to the 5 corners.
I don't have
Okay.
words that
But it was a pretty good
I'm-
distance.
And any point along the way, did you notice the SUV stop?
I did not know.
Did you see the driver of the SUV get out and check on any of the people that he had just run over?
No.
did you see brake
Did you get a good
lights?
look at the driver?
I didn't get a good look at the driver, no.
Okay.
That I can remember.
Sure. After you chased the SUV but were not able to catch it, did you make your way back towards your family?
I did.
Did you encounter injured people along the way?
Yes, many of them.
And were they mostly from the school band or others?
Mainly from the South Band.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I don't have any other questions, sir.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brooks, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. Do you recall being interviewed by a Detective Carpenter on November 24th of 2021?
I do remember being interviewed by a detective, yes.
Wait, it was on the 24th.
Any idea why
It doesn't
took a
count
few
if it was on
days
the
for you to be
21st.
interviewed?
Just the nature of the incident.
They had
I'm sure they had a lot to
thousands
get through.
of people to
So I just
potentially
wanted
interview.
to wait a little bit, and it wasn't something that I was going to do.
It's not
When you say
something
it
you
wasn't something
finish
that
the
you was
day
going to do,
of.
what are you referring to?
Just seek some counsel from some mentors. After talking with them, they had advised that I should make a statement.
So it would be fair to say that you didn't intend on making a report.
That is correct.
He probably
explain why?
thought there are plenty of other
Um,
witnesses.
Just didn't feel comfortable with it.
This doesn't minimize what he said.
Would it be fair to say that
No,
the events that you witnessed would make anyone want to make a report? Would that be fair to say?
no,
Yes.
not everyone would want to make a report to police. Lots of people don't like talking to police. Lots of people don't like
Do you
being
recall
involved.
about what time you arrived at the parade?
I do not.
Do you recall what time you left?
I do not.
He arrived before you ran
You
people
stated
down
earlier that you
and left
were,
after
with
you ran
family, is
people
that
down.
correct?
Yes.
Were you or any of your family members injured in the incident?
No.
No, you were busy running down the high school marching band.
I'm looking at the police report here. You did state that you didn't get a description of the driver, correct?
He already said.
Yes,
Did you get a license plate number?
I did not.
Do you recall if there was any tint on the vehicle that you saw?
I don't know why he's
Not
hung
in the
up on
front, no.
tint.
What do
Other
you mean by
than
not in the front?
identifying the vehicle.
I did not see any tint on the front windows or the passenger side window. From what I could remember, there was tint on the back windows.
This is consistent with
So it would be fair
all
to
of
say
the
that
other
you couldn't see
witnesses.
into the back of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And once again, how does that
Do you
discount
recall
what
how
you
many
did?
occupants were in the vehicle,
Yes.
even though you couldn't see the entire inside of the vehicle?
Yes.
Do you recall saying in your report that, or saying in the report that was reported by
Saying in your
Detective
statement.
Carpenter, that, well, I'm gonna read it what it says. He indicated that after the vehicle struck the south band, he chased it and got to within approximately an arm's reach of the vehicle. Do you recall that?
I do not.
Any reason why that would be reported?
A lot happening at that moment.
Probably because he
during that whole
made the
incident.
report a
It
year
very
ago
well just could have been
and
what I
doesn't
had
remember
thought.
exactly
It
what's
does
in
go out
it.
of frame, so I can't exactly remember what happens once.
He
the
testified
video
that
and
he
myself
chased
goes out of
after
frame.
you.
Do you recall being an arm's length from the vehicle?
I cannot remember right now, no.
At what point did you see the vehicle slow down?
He didn't
As it
say
went
he
over
saw it.
Waukesha South Band.
Well, he didn't say he saw it intentionally slow down. He says
And
he
what did
saw
the
the
vehicle do after
impact
that?
slow
It's
the
that-
vehicle.
Do you
You
recall
used
describing
children as
the
speed
acceleration
bumps.
as rapid?
Yes.
Would you say that the video that we just saw depicts a rapid acceleration?
Yes.
I mean, that's all subjective. What's rapid acceleration?
Do you recall stating that it seems as if the driver of the vehicle was hitting the gas as hard as he could?
Yes.
And how would you be able to tell that?
From his observation.
The nature of a vehicle going over people.
That's not a good question to ask. This just shows
You would
more
think that the gas
that
pedal
you
would not
didn't
be
care
pushed
that you
as
hit
you're going over
people.
people. And as the car continued, the red SUV continued over, went over the Waukesha South Band and continued to
You
accelerate.
want to call
I could only
attention
imagine
to you
that
hitting
the
the
gas pedal was being
brakes,
pushed
not
very
the
hard after just
accelerator.
going over people.
So you were making an assumption. Would that be fair to say?
He was making an
I wouldn't say
observation.
it was an assumption, just from driving a vehicle, knowing what happens when you go over a large object. It typically slows the car down. In order to speed it back up, the only thing that you can do is hit the gas pedal.
You can hit the gas pedal, or would you hit the gas pedal as hard as you could?
Steve,
From
I
what I
wouldn't
remember, it
mind
looked like the gas pedal
using
was being hit hard.
Mr. Brooks
The vehicle accelerated very quickly.
as a
Would it be
speed
fair to
bump.
say that
It's better than he
you would have
deserves.
to be present in the vehicle to tell if the gas pedal was pushed
No, he
too
observed
hard,
you
extremely hard, as you say,
accelerate.
or as hard as you could?
No.
You would be able to tell that from an outside observation?
Yes,
Yes.
from outside, you can observe a vehicle accelerate. You can hear the sound of the engine. You can see it going faster. This isn't good for you. The only thing that
Did you
helps
observe
is if
the
he
route of the
saw
vehicle
brake
after?
lights.
Well, the video shows you kind of go off the screen. And did you observe where the vehicle went at that point?
Yes.
Through more of the parade.
Did it continue straight or did it turn?
Continue down the parade route.
Do you recall about how far?
No.
Do you recall seeing any brake lights?
See, that's
No.
a question he should have asked. But it doesn't help because he
Even when it
didn't see
briefly
brake
slowed down?
lights.
That would be correct.
It's because the human speed bumps are what briefly slowed you
So
down.
would it be fair to say that in order to slow a vehicle down, you have to brake?
Not necessarily.
And what is the necessarily?
Human
Hitting
speed
something
bumps
or
will
going
slow
over
you
something
down.
naturally will slow a vehicle down.
I mean,
So how
is
far
this
would you
guy just
estimate that the vehicle
naturally
was traveling
obtuse?
before it slowed down?
I can't remember that.
I really think he might be the stupidest person alive.
Can you pull up Exhibit 25 again?
Are you sure you want 25 up?
For the witness.
Go ahead. Do you want it to the jury or just to the witness?
To everybody.
Okay. There you go.
There are several
Is the sound up?
physical properties would slow people down, Steve.
You want to play it all the way through?
Can you play it from about
And friction is one of them.
30 seconds?
Is that about right?
Yeah, that's about right.
Counter reads 29 seconds at this point, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Well, roughly around.
He's
that.
giving me a headache because I feel like I'm going to blow my top.
Pause right there. From your perspective, is the sound that you just heard, could that have been a horn?
I heard a
Could we
band.
replay it?
Are you able to answer just based on what you heard?
No.
You did state that you didn't hear any horn, correct?
Correct.
It would be fair to say that it was pretty loud at that point in the parade, correct?
Yeah.
There was a marching band.
Do you
There was a
think that
crowd.
the noise would have impaired your hearing in any way at that point in time?
No.
So it would be fair to say that
I
you
bet
would
there
have
was
been
an
able to hear
English horn and a
anything
trumpet as well.
coming towards your area where you were sitting, or anything that was coming towards your area from the band, from the parade.
Even a sousaphone.
I don't understand your question.
Would you have heard if there was anything unusually loud or just loud enough, would you have heard it from where you were seated at?
How's he? That's such.
I don't know how to answer that.
I mean, he says he didn't hear a horn. You don't want
it
to call
possible that
attention
The horn
to
could have been
this over and
that you
over and
didn't
over
hear?
again. This is
No,
so
horns are pretty
stupid.
loud. It would have been heard.
even over all the noise of the parade and the band and the people and you would have been able to clearly hear.
And once again, it doesn't excuse him plowing over people. So even if there is a horn, who cares? You ran over children and dancing grannies. You killed 6 people. But you might have blown your horn occasionally.
Do you recall what you saw the driver doing at the time that it passed the area that you were seated at?
Driving.
Driving the car. That's the
Did
best
you
answer.
observe any other actions by the driver?
No. just focused on the road. It was
You weren't baking a cake while you were doing this.
And it's nothing about the description that stood out to you or caught your eye that maybe you could recall?
in regards to what?
The description of the driver.
He said he didn't get a good description
Um,
of you.
I could tell there was one person in the car. That, I mean, I could see it. They're wearing some sort of hat or sweatshirt. That was about it.
Oh, so he saw the hoodie. So it was still you in there.
And after the vehicle passed where you were seated at, and about how long did you stay at the parade after?
He said he
what you
doesn't
saw?
remember. Asked and answered.
I wouldn't be able to remember that.
Did you attempt to help anyone injured or check for your family here?
He already answered. He attended to his
At that
family
point,
after
when
he
I started
tried
running
chasing
back,
you for a second.
there were a lot of bodies on the ground. And from the looks of it, there was already people helping them. So my next reaction was get back to my family.
So with all the people that appeared to be injured, you didn't stop to
You
render
didn't
any
stop.
aid to anyone
You
else?
had a duty to stop. He had a duty to help his
Grounds.
family.
Sustained. Next question, please.
I mean, this is ridiculous. Are you trying to
Was there
guilt
anything
trip
else about the vehicle that stuck out
witness
to you?
for not helping when you plowed through people?
No.
Did you see any news reports about the incident once you got your family home?
I did not.
Did you hear about it in the days after? Did you hear about anything related to the event in the days after? Well,
Didn't
leading
you
up
know,
to
Steve?
your
It's
November
the band's
24th
fault for not getting
interview
out of
with,
his way.
Detective Carpenter?
I'm sure I had saw general things. We really did not watch the TV too much. There was just a lot of emotional stuff that we were just working through.
So it'd be fair to say you purposely didn't watch news reports
Yes.
that were related to the incident.
You might be
We
able
don't really
to
watch
tell.
news to begin with, but
I'm
this
kind
just
of mad.
made that a little bit more, that we didn't turn the TV on, so we did not watch much news.
So at any time, did you see any mug shot or any type of pictures related to this suspected driver?
I did not know.
See, that would.
At any
That's
time, do you recall
irrelevant.
hearing the name of the
Are
alleged
you trying to
defendant or
get him
suspect?
to identify you based on media?
At some point in time, yes, I did hear
That's
the name.
stupid.
Was that really quickly after the incident, or had it been some time that passed before you?
He's certainly doing a
heard
good
that?
job at that static.
There was a little bit of time that had passed before I heard it.
But, you know, he was just
And you
traveling
yourself
through the
didn't file a
parade,
claim
so
in
it's
this matter,
okay.
did you?
Objection, relevance.
Grounds.
She said relevance.
If you can be a little more specific, if you mean a claim related to any, related to the parade.
Did you make a
He made a police statement. He made a witness
claim
statement.
of being an injured party, or did anybody in your family make a claim of being an injured party?
No.
He's just trying to figure out who the injured parties are.
You made reference
Because he's a
to
sovereign
seeing
citizen,
the-
so he's never
the
seen an injured party.
Exhibit
He wouldn't know how to
25 video
identify
before
one.
Your testimony today, correct?
Could you say that again?
You made reference earlier that you had saw the video that was shown before you testified today, correct?
It's almost like the
About how many
prosecutors
times have you
prepared
saw the
him.
video before today?
Once.
So today was your second time seeing the same
Didn't
video.
that marching band
Correct.
know that he had a right to
Was
travel,
there anything
Steve?
that brought back or helped you recall anything that you may have missed when you did your initial report? Seeing the video for a second time?
Could you ask that once more?
Seeing the video just now for the second time,
Half the
Did
time
it
I don't know
did
what
it
he's
bring back
answering.
any
These
memory
questions
that you
are
may have
not English.
not reported before, or did it bring back something that you may have missed, overlooked?
Not that I know of or remember, no.
Were you aware that you might be called to testify in this matter?
Yeah, when he was
Yes.
called to testify.
So it'd be fair to say that you were anticipating being a witness?
Yeah, because he was
No.
called to testify.
Whom were you contacted by about being a witness in this matter?
I wouldn't know the Waukesha District Attorney.
Let the record reflect that. the witness
You
made a
don't
hand
say what
gesture
the record
towards the
reflects.
prosecution table.
Yes.
The record will so reflect.
Thank you.
So it would be fair to say that you were contacted about testifying in this matter directly from the Waukesha District Attorney's Office?
Yes.
Do you know who the plaintiff
Once
is in
again,
this
you're
matter?
wasting time.
Grounds.
Not
Relevant.
relevant, sustained. Next question.
Are you aware of any injured party or plaintiff in this matter?
Yeah, the people who were run over.
I am not.
You are not?
That's correct.
As in, he doesn't know them, I'm assuming he meant. And he doesn't know the plaintiff. He doesn't
Have you read or
understand your
seen
question.
any complaint besides your own in this matter?
You mean a statement or do you mean a criminal complaint?
A complaint, any complaint?
Object to vagueness and relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Vagueness and relevance, she said.
You can try to rephrase it if you would like. I'm sustaining it as to the form of the question, sir.
I mean, technically, if
Have you
the witness is making
seen
hand
any other
gestures, it needs to be verbalized.
Statements
but
by any parties
The judge
other
has
than
been doing
yourself?
that.
in relation to this incident?
No.
Are you the only person present from your family that made a statement or a report?
Objection, relevance.
Grounds.
Relevance, she said.
His
Overruled.
family
He
was there.
Listen to
may,
him.
overruled. He may answer if anyone else in his family provided a statement.
No, they did not.
You stated earlier that it was difficult. Well, you stated that you don't really watch the news to begin with, but the incident made it more difficult to do that, correct?
A little bit, yes.
So,
Would
your
that be
actions
said of your
traumatized
family as
him.
well?
is the answer
Yes.
to your question.
So there was some type of impact
Yeah.
In regards to what?
in regards to being present at the parade.
Yes, there was.
Yes, it was
Huge
traumatizing.
emotional impact on our family.
Do you know of any reason why no one besides yourself made a report?
Objection,
That-
argumentative.
Grounds.
Irrelevant.
Argumentative,
Sustained.
irrelevant, calls for speculation. You could make a whole
So
football
as
field
far as
with
you
all
know,
the grounds for
you've
that
never
objection.
seen or interacted with the plaintiff in this manner.
Objection.
Objection.
Grounds.
Irrelevant.
Grounds.
Sustained. Under 90611, new topic, please. One not already covered.
He's an argumentative little twerp.
Do you recall
I'm frustrated, Steve, so I'm going to just say I hope you feel less like crap.
the motion of the vehicle as it passed where you were seated?
Withdraw the objection. He clarified at what location he was referring to.
Thank you.
In regards to what motion?
how the vehicle was moving, driving?
Where I was sitting, it would have been my left side, and the car was approaching from my left side, driving. I don't know north, south, east, all that stuff, but right SUV on my left proceeded to go through on my right down Main Street.
From where you were seated, were you seated to where there were people standing in front of where you were seated?
Yes, my family.
Anybody else besides your family?
Nope, just my family.
He
It would be
pointed
fair to
himself
say
out
from
in the
that
video.
there were quite a few people standing in the general area where you were seated at. Would
He
that
was
be
there
fair
with
to
his
say?
family of 7 or 9 people.
Yes, most of the people in front of me were kids, so they were littler than me.
So they weren't obstructing his view.
Did you observe any one of those kids being struck?
He said his kids
No.
weren't struck. No
So
one
it'd
in
be
his
fair to
family
say
was
that
struck.
the vehicle did not strike anybody that was seated on the curb right there where you were at.
He said his
Specifically
family
right where
was
I
not
at, no.
hit. You hit
In your opinion,
high school children at that point.
after observing people struck, in your opinion, how did the vehicle miss the people that were seated directly in front of you?
Calls for speculation.
Beyond
Grounds.
Beyond scope of his
Grounds.
knowledge and
Gee,
irrelevant.
Grounds.
let
Mr.
let
Brooks,
her
let
answer.
State her objection without interruption. The objection is sustained. Next question.
So would it be fair to say that the only people you observed being struck was the Waukesha South Band?
The only people you saw
Yes.
struck were 10 high school students in their marching
Approximately
band.
how many people would you say by estimate?
Right now, I can't remember. It would be a handful.
2 handfuls.
Would it be fair to say that there were hundreds, even thousands of people present for the parade?
Yes.
And you have only observed a handful of people struck?
You only
Waukesha
observed
South Band is a pretty large
10
band.
people struck.
And the red SUV went right through it. If I had to estimate 10, maybe 15, I wouldn't know the exact number that were struck by the SUV.
Would it be fair to say that that number is fairly low to all the people that was in the area at the time?
Objection, argumentative, Your Honor.
Jesus.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the
Argumentative.
form of the question. Mr. Brooks, next question.
I mean, it's
Next
a
question,
heartless question to
rephrase.
you, too.
Well, I sustained it. You can ask your next question.
Okay, I have a better comment for you now, Steve. I hope I'm assuming
Would
it's
you
chemo for
identify yourself
cancer and
as
not
a,
one of the other things.
An injured party
I
in
hope
this matter?
somehow
Can
you
I
managed to
answer?
transfer
Grounds.
Sustained.
the cancer to Mr. Brooks.
Would you identify as an injured party in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained. Asked and answered. Mr. Brooks, under 90611, that was also not a question I would allow to be asked. Please move on.
I would classify him as an injured party. It's not just physical injuries. If I were in his position, I would still be in therapy from this.
No further questions.
May I redirect?
Just very briefly, I'm going to ask the clerk to please turn the monitors back on, Exhibit 25. Mr. Brooks had previously asked this to be paused. It's paused at the 37-second mark. And I-
Creating a full record.
Or do I consent to being called by it?
Your objection is noted.
She can refer to you as
Go
the
ahead, Attorney
dipshit at the
I'm gonna
table
ask
over
discussants,
there.
Please continue playing it starting at the 37-second mark. and then I'm gonna ask you to pause.
Objection, what is the relevancy of it being played from the 37-second mark?
That it shows where it was
Objections
paused.
noted, it's overruled. Was that with or
They're
without
creating
sound?
a full record.
With sound is
Remember
fine,
how
yes,
you
please,
a
sound.
Go
few
ahead.
minutes ago said, let the record reflect? That's what she's doing.
Pause. We're stopped at the 42-second mark. Mr. Jewell, at this point, would you say the SUV is very close to you and your family?
Yes.
At this point, did you hear the SUV honking its horn in any manner?
No.
Would you say the SUV is very close to the vehicle in the middle of the road containing the Waukesha South mascot?
Yes.
Would you also say it's very close to the two people standing in the street, one wearing a Santa hat and the other, I think, is dressed like a lion or some type of character?
Yes.
Brooks would have been better off just not asking
Did you
him
hear
any
the horn
questions.
honking at this location, sir?
Any cross?
The band has
No.
already passed you to your right down the street, correct?
Yes.
Was there any music being played from the Remax
Not-
vehicle that you recall?
Not that I remember. No.
Just the hot air balloon?
The band was kind of the
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
loud
and I'm
event
stopping
there.
it at the 42-second mark, Your Honor.
Thank you. Sir, you may step down.
Could Mr. Jewell please be excused, Your Honor?
He may.
We do need a brief discussion outside the presence of the jury before our next witness, Your Honor.
Okay, very well. I'll excuse the jury. I'll rise for the jury.
Well, I wonder what this discussion is going to be. It is 4 o'clock in Waukesha right now. So I'm guessing, depending on how argumentative Mr. Brooks is with this brief discussion outside of the jury, I'm guessing this is the last witness for the day upcoming. I don't know if he'll be, or this next witness will be crossed today,
Thank you. Please be seated.
but I'm guessing one more witness. Okay, that was an interesting subtitle on the screen. They said, okay, you may be seated. The subtitle said,
Go ahead,
did
Attorney
you
Alpert.
pussy?
Actually, I'll cover this, Judge.
Very well. Go ahead.
The next witness is Thomas Green. This is the witness that we previously raised the issue about having one prior criminal conviction. It's from 2005. A CCAP printout was provided to the defendant for the misdemeanor offense of criminal trespass.
So that's not a crime of moral turpitude or impacting
17
honesty.
years ago.
And it's
The
more than
witness
10
was
years
old-
ago.
was old at that time. He's now 38. Has no other intervening criminal convictions.
So Mr. Brooks shouldn't be able
Was
to
not
question
alleged
him
in
about
crime of
his criminal
deception.
history for
I
impeachment.
believe that it's not relevant for purposes of impeachment. I'd ask the court to exclude that conviction from this witness's testimony.
The court should.
Mr. Brooks, do you have a legal argument on that?
Yes, I do. The main thing is this issue wasn't really discussed to this length until it was time for this witness to be called to the stand.
I bet it was with your
I would take it
lawyers.
up as prior to that witness's testimony. I even gave you the statute. that
I'm
is-
sure it was in the
that is-
disclosures.
And it's 906.09, impeachment by evidence of conviction of crime or adjudication of delinquency.
Here's
Pull
why.
the statute book out and it's in there. If you want to review it quickly, I'll give you an opportunity.
I guarantee
need
it
to
was
address this.
disclosed. He just
Now is the proper time.
didn't see it.
90.
I guarantee his lawyers
6.09.
discussed this before he fired them. I know I sound like a
General
broken
rule in sub
record.
1 and the exclusions.
This is
under
a
sub
him
2,
problem.
And the factors for the court to consider in evaluating whether to admit evidence of a prior conviction for the purpose of attacking a witness's truthful character.
The court should exclude it. It's completely irrelevant. It has no impact on his honesty. It's generally, it's going to be cut off at the 10-year mark anyway. There's just no way this should come in. And I bet if the state hadn't brought it up here, he wouldn't have even realized it was in the disclosures
Before I
for
have you
him to
address it,
ask
let me ask the
about.
state this. How long do you anticipate your direct examination to be? All right,
10 minutes from the
So someone
state,
we
that
could-
means
and should
40
be able to
minutes
get
from
through.
Brooks.
fairly quickly,
Yes.
both for direct and cross. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brooks. What's your argument?
I'm still, I wanted to make sure I heard what you said, so I stopped reading briefly.
She already verbally instructed you on everything you need to read on this rule. This is a very easy decision for the judge to make.
I guess I would, from what I've read so far, I would go to 906.09 sub 2. It would be kind of problematic.
Not
And
problematic.
I say that because if I was going to take the stand, my record would be brought up. And some
But
things on my record was done.
this is a
20-something
non-party
years ago,
witness.
but it would still have bearing.
This
So
is
I
a
believe that
non-party
It
witness,
should be fair. It
and
should be the same.
trespassing has no bearing on the veracity of his
I believe
testimony.
that if the witness knew that there was a possibility that they would give testimony and agreed to give testimony, then they also
He didn't
agreed that
agree to give testimony.
credibility
He
could
was
be questioned.
subpoenaed to
I
give
think that's
testimony.
really a fundamental thing to be able to cross-examine on my part would be to see if they're credible, to see that they would honor their oath that they give in the court to be truthful. And part of
There's
being
no
able to ask them
indication
questions
he's
like this pertaining to
untruthful. Trespassing is not.
criminal conviction would be relevant.
Trespassing
understand
is
the
so far from being
Inquiry is
relevant.
limited to the following. Have you been convicted of a crime? The answer I allow is yes. They would say yes. The follow-up would be, if so, how many times? And in this case, my understanding is there's just one. Don't get into the specifics of it. That's not proper questioning for impeachment. Do you understand that?
I follow.
All right, let me hear from the state in response.
So again, looking at the factors under 90609 sub 2, just about every factor weighs in favor of not informing the jury of this conviction. We've got conviction date of
17 years.
April 4th of 2006.
Generally,
Got it.
10 years
Yeah.
is the cutoff. Generally. The rehabilitation
Well over a decade
of the
before,
person convicted,
the conviction.
he hasn't
We've got
committed any other
whether this
crimes.
witness is
gravity of the
rehabilitated or
crime,
pardoned. According to the CCAP
trespasses
records, there
of
was a probation
minor
sentence and
crime.
Probation was discharged, so there's no indication that this witness was ever revoked from probation.
Dishonesty, trespassing is
reoffending,
not.
Evidence or any new cases or any new convictions. So that, again, that factor weighs in favor of not including this. Gravity of the crime, this is
Trespassing.
an entry into a locked building or construction site, contrary to 943.15.
It's dumb.
sub 1. So it's a misdemeanor
But
offense.
it's minor.
So that weighs in favor
And it's
of
not a
including
crime
it.
of dishonesty.
It does not, on its face, involve any dishonesty or false statements by the witness. Frequency of the conviction, again, it's just the one. And in terms of any other relevant factors, as an offer of proof, I'll inform the court that this witness is going to testify about his and his family's presence near the Martha Merrill's bookstore on the day of the parade, the positioning of his children, and what he remembers in terms of the SUV driving along the parade route and clipping his two children who were seated on the curb watching the parade. There's 2 videos of the driving conduct in question. They are not, they're not as clear as some of the videos we showed with the band. In fact, one of them is the video we showed with the band. And you can see spectators sitting on the side of the road. But in terms of impeaching the witness, I think Mr. Brooks should be fine just relying on the videos in asking the witness about that.
You don't need to
Entering
object.
into,
This is not objection time. This is argument time.
entering into anything with is deceptive in nature.
No, it's not.
Just right off the bat, that's deceptive.
Do you
in
have
nature.
case law that it's deceptive?
Why would you enter into something that you're obviously not supposed to be into? You
Crimes of
into something
deception
because you're not
are
supposed to be
theft,
in there.
lying.
That's deceptive in nature.
Generally, crimes
it's
of
also
moral
not enough,
turpitude are also included in
information
this.
that would suggest that the probation wasn't discharged by revocation. It's not clear.
It is very clear. They have his record.
And
They
also,
know.
the prosecution just stated on record that they will only need about 10 minutes of testimony from this witness.
Yeah,
but now
because
they're
they
talking
are
about
good at their
videos.
job.
It seems like it's going to be a little bit more than 10 minutes.
They are good at their job.
I feel that I should be able to at least question the credibility of this witness.
You
at
are
the
able
very
to,
minimum.
just not based on his
Well, you
criminal
won't be able to
record.
question the credibility just through cross-examination, but let me get to the heart of this issue. And the general rule is as follows: for the purpose of attacking character for truthfulness, a witness may be asked whether the witness has ever been convicted of a crime or adjudicated delinquent, and the number of such convictions or adjudications. If the witness's answers are consistent with the previous determination of the court under sub 3, then no further inquiry may be made unless it is for the purpose of rehabilitating the witness's character for truthfulness. The sub 2 then of this statute talks about exclusion. It says evidence of a conviction of a crime or an adjudication of delinquency may be excluded if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair
There's basically
prejudice.
no
Factors
probative
for a
value
court
to
consider
this.
in evaluating whether to admit evidence of prior convictions for the purpose of attacking a witness's truthful character include the lapse of time since the conviction, the rehabilitation or pardon of the person convicted, the gravity of the crime, the involvement of dishonesty or false statement in the crime, the frequency of the convictions, and any other relevant factors. So as I consider all of that, I would include in the any other relevant factors that this is a witness that has been brought to testify by the state
About
against
how
the
you
accused.
ran down 2 of
This
his
conviction is
children.
for a misdemeanor offense of criminal. Can I have the exact? I wrote down criminal trespass, but just want to make sure I have it accurate.
Yes, the statute in question is 943.15 sub 1. And it's listed on CCAP as an entry into / onto building / construction site / room.
All right, so a version of criminal trespass. All right. Apparently, the particular witness, this was 17 plus years ago. The witness was 21 years of age, was sentenced to probation. Nothing on the record before this court suggests that probation
I mean, if
was
he has no
revoked.
further
Not
record,
aware of any
it wouldn't have been
reoffending,
revoked.
meaning that's the only conviction for this witness. This is a witness in this case who will apparently testify about where he was seated with his family in relation to the driving of the red SUV through the parade in front of Martha
And how
Merrill
Brooks
Bookstore.
hit 2 of his
So clearly
children.
relevant to the case and the charges at hand. When looking at whether evidence of a conviction of a crime may be excluded, and specifically in this case, if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. I think sometimes we skip over that part of the statute, which is the standard this court must look at, not just the factors, but whether in light of those factors, is the probative value substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair
If he were
prejudice?
represented,
As I commented
this would have been
on
about a
earlier,
30-second
the nature of the
discussion.
inquiry is very limited. It's, have you been convicted of a crime? Yes or no? And then how many times? And in that case, it would be, in this case, it would be one. In light of that, and the other factor that I noted, even though there's some factors that I could say would warrant exclusion, I think it's best to err on the side of caution, as we sometimes say, and allow the witness to be questioned about this prior conviction under the statute. And that is the very limited inquiry of, have you been convicted of a crime? The answer should be yes. And then how many times? One. And that's it.
I disagree with the judge on this one,
Mr. Brooks,
but I
you may
understand
ask
her
a
reasoning.
single follow-up on that is it true you've been convicted of one crime? But we're not going to spend a lot of time on that. That's going to be my caveat to all of this. You cannot ask repeated questions of this witness about that. The jury will further get instructed later on.
Normally,
about the purpose
I
of a
don't
prior
think she would
conviction,
even allow this.
And it bears
She
solely
just
on
knows
credibility. And then
it's
ultimately
not
it's up to the jury to
ultimately
determine,
harming the prosecution's case,
whether or
and it just
what
takes
to
away
believe.
one more avenue of appeal for Brooks.
So that's my ruling on this. Now with that, it's now 4:15. Would you like the witness to testify today?
Yes.
He's
All right.
here.
Any questions, Mr. Brooks?
No, I was just gonna say, what if I just wanted to, what
No.
if I didn't really want to go into it? What if I just
Well, then you
wanted
don't have to
one
ask the
Have
question.
you ever been convicted of a crime, and just left it at that?
That's fine. I'm sure the state's going to ask the questions first.
You
so
don't
that's
have to
typically how
ask
this
him
goes.
any questions.
All right, bring the jury out.
Just need a moment to
Understood.
communicate this.
Understood.
This is a limiting instruction. It's not forcing you to ask anything. All right, why did they cut the mics? Are we not allowed to hear the jury coming into the room? Because that's what's happening. Jury's coming into the room. Like I said, this is going to be the last witness of the day, I'm sure. Even the prosecution, I bet, takes only about 10 minutes, like they said, depending on if Mr. Brooks is intransigent while they are conducting their direct examination. But I have a feeling if he starts his cross today, it goes past 5 o'clock local time.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Rick, you may call your next witness.
Steve calls Thomas Green.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Green. If you would please make your way to the witness stand. which is
Hang
my
on.
Right up a riser. When you get there, please remain
They've
standing.
called Tom
Raise your
Green
right
to the
hand. Myself,
stand.
Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're
Which
about
for
to
most
give
of
shall
the
be the truth, the whole truth,
country,
and nothing but the truth, so
that
help you
brings to
God?
mind the
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat.
gross out comedian Tom Green.
First thing I
Here
will
in
have
Utah,
you do
there's
is
a
to
famous
state your
polygamist
first and last names for the record.
convicted
and
back in the
spell each.
90s by the name of Tom Green.
ThomasGreene.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Mr. Green, what city or village do you live in?
The town of Merton.
Were you at the Waukesha Christmas Parade on November 21st of 2021?
Yes.
Who were you with at the parade?
I was with my wife and 3 children.
Okay. Do you remember where you were along the parade route?
I know I was across the street from a bookstore.
I'm going to ask that we project.
They've
Exhibit
mentioned the
15,
bookstore
for everybody, please.
a couple times,
15, go ahead.
as in the previous witness identified as being right near the bookstore.
Could we zoom in on the middle of the screen there?
So that's about where the marching band
Down a
was.
little bit, right there.
Martha Merrill book. That's
Do you
the name of
see
it.
your kids' names anywhere on that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
Could you? That's a touch screen in front of you. Could you circle them for me?
Charles and Lily
Okay.
Green.
Do you see the line connecting those names to an orange star?
Yes, I do.
And then can we zoom out one click, please? Do you recognize the neighborhood depicted in this map?
Kind of, yes.
Do you know what it is?
Downtown.
Downtown Waukesha.
Okay. Does that orange star with the line to your kids' names, does that accurately reflect where you were positioned along the parade route?
Yes.
Could we next pull up exhibit number 29, just for the witness?
Go ahead.
I believe that's a video that has already been shown.
Do you see an image in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, can you describe for us what we're looking at?
We were looking at a intersection where me, my wife, and my kids were sitting during the parade.
Does this accurately depict the intersection minus all the people as it was set up on the afternoon of November 21st, 2021?
Yes.
Move exhibit 29 into evidence and ask for permission to publish.
I think it's already in
Overruled.
evidence.
Exhibit 29 is received, permission to publish is granted.
Can we get rid of that side stuff?
I hope the jury's able to clearly see Brooks's facial expression.
Could you use the touchscreen in front of you to draw a circle or an oval around the area where you and your family were standing?
This is a standard Google Street View now.
And can we please save this?
And he circled that his
annotation
family
as
was
exhibit 29A,
basically on the street corner.
And I would move that into the record, please.
29A will be saved and ultimately printed, and then it's received as well.
We could take that down then. Can you describe for us what happened, what you observed that afternoon as you were watching the Christmas parade?
Yes, we were just watching the Christmas parade as we normally do, go to lots of parades as a family. And I heard a loud crash noise to my right, and I looked that way. And then I seen a car running over the marching band. And as soon as the car had ran over the marching band, it swerved towards me and my family, and then just proceeded on down the parade route.
Down Main Street?
Yep.
Okay. Can you describe for us how you, your wife, and your children were positioned?
We were facing the parade straight on.
Where was your wife in relation to you?
To my left,
Were you standing or sitting?
standing.
Facing the parade route, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Okay. Where were your kids in relation to you?
In front of me,
How many kids do you have?
3.
And which of the 3 kids were in front of you?
Charlie and Lily were in front of me, sitting on a bench,
Okay. What kind of bench?
fold-out bench.
How far away from you were they?
Maybe 3 feet.
If you wanted to reach out and touch them, could you have?
Yes.
How old was Charlie back in November of 2021?
Objection irrelevant.
It's not.
9.
And what about Lily? How old was she back then?
Objection relevant.
Overruled.
If Charlie was not irrelevant, then Lily's
What
not
happened as
irrelevant.
the vehicle that you described approached your family?
It swerved towards us.
Can you describe the direction of travel when you say swerve?
It, like cardinal direction.
Or even left and right, however you can describe it.
I mean, we were,
The witness.
It's not leading the
Overruled.
witness.
He may answer the question.
we were facing the parade route and it swerved towards us.
And just for the record, he used his right hand in a gesture towards him, almost like a cupping motion towards him. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm going to ask to display Exhibit 22 for the witness only.
Go ahead.
And we'll, can we start around the 12-second mark, please? I'm just going to play a few seconds for you to see if you can identify what's happening in the video, okay? So we'll, let's turn this, make sure the sound's off. It is. All right, let's play from 11 seconds. And pause at 19 seconds. Do you recognize that portion of the video you just watched?
Yes.
What does it show?
It shows where the SUV had ran over the band where I had first heard it coming, and then it's swerving towards my family.
So I would ask that we publish that portion of the video from 12 seconds to 19 seconds.
Go ahead.
And let's play that at a reduced speed of about 50%, please. No sound. Pause.
The witness is
We pause at
struggling
21
watching
seconds.
this.
Can you circle for
I
us
would
the
too.
area where you and your family were at this moment in time?
Objection. I thought it was being played till 19 seconds.
Your objection's noted. It's
Seriously?
overruled. Go ahead, Circle, sir.
I mean, that's
And
just
can we please
petty.
have a saved
Even
screen
pettier
grab
than
of
I
that
am.
and mark it as Exhibit 22A and move it into evidence.
22A is received. It will be marked and printed later.
Could we show for the witness only Exhibit 27, please? Do you see a video on your screen?
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna play a few seconds and let you recognize it. Paused at 5 seconds. Do you recognize that video?
Yes.
What does it show?
Looks like the SUV right after it ran into my kids.
Move exhibit, excuse me, is that video an accurate depiction of how you saw the events unfold that afternoon?
Yes.
Move exhibit 27 into evidence and ask to publish.
Good catch.
Objection. Hearsay.
It's not hearsay.
Exhibit 27 is
Jeez.
received permission to publish is granted.
He's got to stop.
We'll play this once all the way through. It's 16 seconds. There's no audio.
At this point, it would be better for him to just not give grounds for his objections unless the judge asks for them. Gives him a better chance of having them
Okay, we'll
accepted.
take that down. The area of that video that's relevant to you and your family would be the top left portion. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you know whether your two kids were struck by the vehicle?
Yes, they were.
Okay, and that's consistent with where they were sitting along the curb?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Go ahead.
I
Mr.
might
Hicks.
have asked just to drive the point home about what their injuries were,
All the videos you just saw were
just because it's
accurate
that much
depictions
more
of what
damning.
you observed that day, correct?
Yes.
He already said they were accurate
Have you
depictions.
seen any of these videos before today?
No.
He saw the events depicted in them, though.
So today's your first time seeing any of this
That
footage?
Yes.
asked and answered. He just said, you don't need to clarify every question.
Mr. Green, have you ever been
Here he goes. Here he
convicted of
goes.
a crime?
Yes.
Do you remember what you did when the vehicle passed you?
Yes.
You state for the record what you did immediately following the vehicle
You don't need to
passing
say
you?
for the record.
I ran to see if my kids were okay.
You stated
Like
that
a good
your
dad
wife was
would.
standing to your left. Do you recall what she did?
No, I don't.
He was
Do you
probably
recall
focused on his
checking to see if your
kids.
wife was okay?
Oh, I don't.
He just saw his kids struck. His wife isn't the one he saw hit by the car that you were driving.
Do you recall getting a look at the driver of the vehicle?
Yes, I do.
And what did you see?
You.
I seen somebody in a hoodie with dark skin.
Did you observe anyone else in the vehicle?
No, I did not.
Could you see the entire vehicle? Passenger seat and back seats?
That's compound.
I don't recall seeing anybody in the back seats. The windows were tinted.
At least the way he asked it.
So it would be fair to say if there was somebody seated in the back, you wouldn't have seen them.
I couldn't
I
say.
don't see how this matters still. Unless he's trying to
Did you get a
say
license plate number
someone
on
was in the
vehicle?
back
No, I did not.
holding him hostage, making him drive through. This doesn't help. It's irrelevant.
From your opinion, about how fast would you say the vehicle was traveling?
Hard to say.
After the vehicle passed you, did you observe it strike anyone else?
No,
He's
I did
probably
not.
focused on his kids.
Were you injured during
He said he
the
wasn't
incident
struck.
in any way?
No, I was not.
Was your wife injured in any way during the incident?
Two of his
No,
kids
she was
were.
not.
But since he didn't hit everyone along the parade route, not guilty. Oh, wait, that's right. They charged him for every person he did hit. Silly me.
Do you recall about how long you were at the parade before the incident happened?
I do not.
Do you recall about how long you stayed after the incident?
No longer than 3 minutes.
So you got right out of there immediately after.
Yes.
If the kids aren't seriously injured, gather them up and get them the hell out of there.
Do you recall making a report of what happened at the incident?
No.
You don't recall talking to Officer Sepakan?
I did not talk to anybody at the incident.
So he made a report after the incident, not on the scene.
You don't recall making any police report?
That's not what you asked.
Not at the incident, no.
In the days following the incident, did you make any report?
Yes, I did.
That's this
Do you
imprecise
recall who the
language.
officer was that you reported the incident to?
No, I do not.
So earlier you said that you heard a crash to your right, which alerted you to the vehicle approaching. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Do you know what that crash was?
Probably you running over the
The
band.
vehicle hitting the band.
God, this does not help
So
him.
before you heard that crash, you wasn't alerted to the presence of a vehicle approaching?
No, I was not.
Would it be fair to say that it was really loud during the parade at that time?
Yes.
It's almost like he has a set script for cross-examination,
Do you recall in the report
and none of it helps.
that you made that you initially thought the vehicle was part of the parade and it was an accident?
Yes.
That's his initial thought.
So it's fair to say from when you first saw the vehicle approaching that that's what you thought.
Yes.
That's what he just said.
Do you recall the vehicle swerving?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, he said
remember what
it went
direction
through the
the vehicle
band
swerved in?
and then it
To the
changed
left,
direction
towards me and my
towards his family.
And did it swerve away from your family at that point?
After hitting them,
After it hit my family, yes.
how he thinks this is helping him is beyond me.
Do you remember stating that you were not sure if the people being run over were part of the parade or guests watching the parade?
I do not recall making that statement, no.
Either way, this doesn't help you. It still is a statement that
Do you
people
recall
were
the
run
make or model
over.
of the SUV?
No, I do not.
Do you recall the license plate number of the SUV?
No, I do not.
He remembers an SUV. You're the only one who drove an SUV at a high rate of speed through the parade.
Do you remember stating that when you saw the SUV coming, you froze?
Yes.
And do you remember
I
saying
wonder
that
if
you
Mr. Brooks
stared
is familiar with this
directly at it as it was
phrase,
driving towards
like
you,
a deer in the headlights?
and you didn't get an accurate description of the driver?
It's almost like
I
his
had already
kids were
stated
his
that I
first
seen
priority.
a tan-skinned person with a hood on.
You said dark skin.
Tan-skinned, dark-skinned,
Not a question.
and that's
an argument.
argumentative.
Oh, is there a
Brown.
question, Mr. Brooks? You can't testify, but you can question him. So your last statement I'll
Did you-
strike. Ask your question.
Did you not state earlier that you saw a dark skinned driver?
Yes.
And did you now just state that you saw a tan skinned driver?
That's a distinction
No,
without a
They both
difference.
seem the same to me.
He's Mr. Brooks is in that sort of racially ambiguous
Thank you.
So from your perspective, dark skin
area
and tan
that-
skin is the same? Grounds.
Argumentative. Next question. You can rephrase.
I mean, I could
What
see
would you consider to
Mr.
be
Brooks
dark
being
skin?
of African descent. I could see him being Greek. He's in that sort of ambiguous
Hard to say.
area. So I could see someone saying dark skin, tan skin,
What would you
black, white.
consider to be tan skin?
There's just you.
Darker than Caucasian, I guess.
Would it be fair to say that there is different types of shades of color to
No.
people? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
He answered the question. His answer may stand.
This is ridiculous. I mean,
Do you recall if the driver was doing anything, gesturing or doing anything?
You mean the traveler, not the driver. Traveler. The captain of the vessel.
Do you recall hearing gunshots?
No.
Once again, reminding the
Any
jury
idea
that
why that would be in the report?
police were the speculation.
Sustained as to the form of the question, that's foundation.
Do you recall stating that? Well, let me read from the report. Thomas stated they heard gunshots and he picked up Charles and they ran back to their vehicle. Do you recall
Once
making
again,
that
you're
statement?
reminding the
I
jury
recall
that
an
gunshots
officer
were fired
coming
in
down the
an
street
effort
yelling
to stop
gunshots
you.
fired.
You're reminding
idea
the
why
jury of
You would
the gunshots
be mistaken
fired
in your
to
report
try
that you
to
heard
stop
the
you.
gunshots?
This does not help you.
Grounds.
Sustained lack of foundation as to the form of the question.
I'm reading directly from the report now. Directly from the report.
That's not the issue, Mr. Brooks. The issue is it his statement or a summary of his statement? Because that makes a difference to
It's probably a
the foundation
summary.
you have to lay.
It does not say summary.
Is it in quotes?
I'll object if that was a question for the witness. If it was an argument with the court, I'll withdraw that objection.
I believe it was a statement to the court. I don't know what you're looking at.
Oh
It's a
yeah, hold up
witness
random
statement.
papers for the
Typically, there's
judge.
something either signed, sometimes police officers summarize what witnesses say to them. So that's what I'm referring to as a summary. And if it's in a summary, typically, if it's a direct attribution to a witness, it's in quotes. So with that, ask your question.
This
Thank
is
you
not
for
in
the
quotes,
grammar lesson.
but
So
I'm
it's
gonna assume
probably a
this is
summary.
Do you remember stating in your summary report?
He didn't make
that
a
you
summary
heard gunshots?
report.
No.
Do you recall if
All right. 441 in Wisconsin.
if
Any
the
bets if
injuries
he's done
suffered by your
before
family
5?
were broken bones?
They were not.
Once again, this is something, if there were serious injuries, the
So were
prosecution
they
might have
bruises?
wanted to bring out.
Yes.
He doesn't want to call attention to the injuries to children. This is
About how
dumb.
long would you say that your family was treated
DUM
at the hospital
dumb.
before being released?
Yes, I left off the B
Hard
also,
to say.
but that's because it was that dumb.
This is a significant amount of time, a few hours.
A few hours, yes.
But to your recollection, they were treated and then released.
Yes.
That tends to be the procedure for bruises.
And who is Nicole?
My wife.
Do you recall Nicole making any statements to law enforcement?
She made one, yes.
Do you recall Nicole stating that she heard
Objection.
gunshots?
No, I didn't.
There's been an objection, it calls for hearsay, it's sustained. Any answer that he gave is struck. Jury shall disregard it.
See, that's a proper hearsay
Your Honor, I'm also
objection.
reading this
He
from
was
the summary.
asking this witness what someone else said.
What he knows.
as
not
a
what other
direct
people said to
quote.
him.
No, the question was, did he know? Do you recall her saying that she heard gunshots?
You're asking him to confirm hearsay, so it's sustained. Next question or rephrase. Like, are you aware?
Are you aware if she heard gunshots or not?
I'm not aware.
The correct person to ask about that would be Nicole.
Is it fair to say that right after that you ran straight to your vehicle?
Right after
He
what?
said it
Right
took
after the
about
incident.
a couple minutes, and then they
There
were out
was
of
a
there.
slight delay,
And what was that delay?
seeing if our kids were okay.
And then from that, straight to the vehicle.
After the officer came running down the street saying shots fired, we picked up our kids and ran.
So once again, he didn't hear that shots were fired.
So you
He heard
decided
an
to leave
officer
after
say
you heard
shots
the officer
fired.
saying shots fired, or because of the incident at the parade?
God,
After the officer said shots fired.
seriously, dude.
So would it be fair to say that you weren't initially inclined to leave because of the incident, but because of the shots fired?
Are you
Grounds.
serious?
Overruled. He may answer. And then move on.
This
Could you
is.
repeat the question, please?
I'm
Would it be
speechless.
fair to say that you were prompted to leave because of the shots fired and not the incident that happened at the parade?
Why not both?
I don't really understand what you're asking.
What prompted you to leave?
The
When
totality
officer
of the
said shots fired.
circumstances, probably.
So
This
the
is so
incident that happened
stupid.
didn't prompt you to leave.
No,
Grounds.
Asked and answered. Give him a chance to state his
Overruled.
objection. God.
He may answer if he understands the question.
we did not want to leave right away because my son said he couldn't feel his legs. And there was a woman there helping us that said he might have a back injury.
That's
that
a
we
good
should
reason
leave
not
him.
to leave right away.
Um,
And then hearing
your
about gunshots
recollection,
says,
was
we're
that
still
woman
in danger. Let's
a
leave.
nurse or a medical professional?
I don't know.
Would it be fair to say that she was making an assumption?
I don't
Who
know.
cares? You're not
Do you recall the
helping.
woman's name?
This is
No, I don't.
good.
Do you recall if she was a spectator or someone marching, or
I don't know.
do you recall the description of the woman that told you not to move your
I
child?
mean, does he just want to know everything possible without regard to whether it helps him or not?
Caucasian,
This is
blonde hair.
awful.
So it'd be fair to say she seemed pretty concerned.
Very concerned.
I'd imagine I'd be concerned too if a 9-year-old is saying he can't feel his legs.
So why would you not?
Anyone with a
immediately leave
heart
at
would
that
be
point?
concerned. Asked and answered.
Because I didn't know if he had a back injury or what the extent of his injuries were. And if it was a spinal injury, I didn't want to pick him up.
Did you try to make a call for medical attention at that point?
I did
It
not.
was the heat of the moment.
And
He
what prompt you not to seek medical attention if
because the situation was still
you
unfolding.
had assumption that the injuries could be severe?
This all happened within about a 2-second time frame. I mean, it was so fast. Everything was chaotic, and I mean, there wasn't really time to do anything besides try to see if my kids were okay. And
He's
try to compose
he's a
myself
moron.
to take care of them.
So it would be fair to say that you were pretty much like just frozen. You didn't know what to do and how to go about doing it.
Yes.
Who cares? This is such a stupid line of
Do
questioning.
you recall your wife trying to call for medical attention?
No,
Do you recall anyone that you were standing next to or in front of attempting to call medical attention?
no.
Do you recall saying in the summarized report
Just stop.
this statement? Thomas stated Charles was laying on his back and had blacked out.
Just stop. You're making
To my
it worse.
recollection, yes.
You recall saying that to the officer.
I recall my son saying that.
You're making it worse.
Do you recall making that statement to the officer that interviewed you?
No, I do not.
You're just making it worse.
Would it be fair to say that that is in the report because you may have said that to the officer,
Well, that's probably why it's there.
Yes,
but you don't recall?
He
I
said.
do not.
He's just being abusive now. Again.
Did you see any other children struck by the vehicle?
Yes, high school kids.
The band.
Any other
Right.
children?
Yes, high school
Small
kids.
children.
Small children.
Under
No, I do
18
not.
are children.
But you do recall small children being present, correct?
Yeah, his kids.
Yes.
No further questions.
Can you
Jesus.
redirect?
Thank you.
That was
You
brutal.
testified on cross-examination that you initially thought the vehicle was part of the parade and that it was an accident. Do you recall giving that testimony?
Yes.
Did you continue to think that it was an accident?
Objection. Hearsay.
It's not hearsay.
No, I
It's his
Hold on.
impression of the
Overruled.
event.
You may answer.
It's what he was
Once the
thinking.
vehicle kept going after hitting the band, I realized that it was not a part of the parade.
What about the vehicle's path of travel led you to that realization?
The speed that it had
I knew it would be
accelerated.
difficult, Static. This is just the subject
You
matter
recall
is
testifying on
difficult.
cross-examination that you don't recall the make
But
and
his
model or license plate number of the
abusive
SUV? Remember that?
questioning makes it worse.
How many SUVs or vehicles in general did you see striking people during the
One.
parade?
Objection.
And it was red.
Overruled.
Just the one.
It's almost like
You
it's just
testified that you've
the
been convicted of a
one
crime
that
in the
hit
past. How many
everyone.
times?
Once.
You testified a little bit about the injuries that your two kids sustained. You had a third child with you at the parade, is that right?
Yes.
And was that third child injured in any way?
She was not.
Speaking about the two kids who were, do you recall in general what their injuries were?
My son had nerve damage to his knees. And my daughter.
So that's why he
had
couldn't
severe
feel his
bruising.
legs. Nerve damage to his
Do
knees.
you know what part of their bodies respectively were struck?
My son was struck in the knees and my daughter was struck in her hand.
You remember if it was the right knee or both knees or the left knee?
It was both knees.
That's not irrelevant. Besides, you're the one that brought up
He may answer.
the injuries.
Answer.
it wasn't
Both
brought up
knees.
on direct.
What about your
You
daughter?
brought it up. So you kind of
Right hand.
opened the door to it being
they were
brought up
sitting
in
facing the parade route?
redirect.
Yes.
So what direction would the SUV have traveled from their perspective? Right to left or left to right or something different?
Right to left.
Okay. I think we're all set. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Well, I'm shocked that that was done in under an hour. I'm glad it was done in under an hour. I'm glad he can go home
You may.
and have about a gallon of scotch. Because Mr. Green deserves
This will be our
as
last
much
witness today. I
good
will
scotch
have
as
the
he
instruction for the
desires.
jury before I excuse you. Do not begin your deliberations
That
or
was
discussion
awful.
of the case until all the evidence is presented and I have instructed you on the law. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else until your final deliberations in the jury room. This order is not limited to face-to-face conversations. It also extends to all forms of electronic communications. Do not use any electronic devices such as a mobile phone or computer, text or instant messaging, or social networking sites to send or receive any information about this case or your experience as a juror.
Yes,
If you come in contact
quality
with the
is
parties,
more important
lawyers,
than
interpreters, or
quantity,
witnesses, do
but
not
he should
speak with them.
still
For their part,
have
the parties,
as much
lawyers, interpreters,
quantity
and
of
witnesses
that
will not
quality,
contact or
Scott,
speak with the jurors.
as he
Do
wants.
not listen to any conversation about this case. Do not research any information that you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented. Do not investigate this case on your
I'm not
own
going
or
to
visit
permit the
scene
judge
either
or
in person
prosecution.
by any
They get
electronic
champagne
means.
after the
Do
conviction.
not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio, television, over the internet, or any other electronic application or tool about this trial.
Well, maybe one.
Do not consult dictionaries, computers, electronic applications, social media, the internet, or other
I'm
reference
actually not a
materials for
drinker.
additional information. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party
It's
or
just
witness
never
in this
appealed to
case.
me. So
Any information you obtain outside the courtroom could be misleading, inaccurate,
but
or
I'm
incomplete.
assuming
Relying on
there
this
in
information
Wisconsin, he
is
probably
unfair because the parties
enjoys
would
a
not have the opportunity
little sip
to
every now
refute,
and then.
explain, or correct it. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device, including personal wearable electronics applications or tools with communication capabilities, to share any
They sound
information
like
about this
quite the
case.
pair.
For example, do not communicate by telephone, blog post, email, text message, instant message, social media
Are they
posts, or
cuter
in
than
any
little
other way
Mikey?
on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this matter, either in person, electronically, or by any other means. If anyone does so despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based on the evidence presented in
To
this
me,
courtroom. People not serving on this jury
it
have
just
not
it,
heard
it
the
smells
evidence,
awful.
and it is
My nose
improper
is
for
my
them to
prominent feature,
influence
so I
your
trust it.
deliberations and decision
And
in
if it
this
smells
case.
awful, I just avoid
After
it.
the trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that
When I was in
jurors
England,
remain
I got a
impartial throughout the
lemonade
trial. If any juror
that
has
was
reason to believe that another juror has
0.5%
violated these
alcohol,
rules,
and I
you should
tasted that
report
before I
to
saw
me.
it on the
If
label.
jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers.
Little Mikey
You are to
is
decide the case
Debbie
solely
Davis's
on the
goat,
evidence
or at least
offered
was.
and
He might have been
received
sold
at
at the
trial.
fair
With that,
last week.
you are excused for
But
the evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning. All rise for the jury,
she
please.
named him after Law Talk with Mike, and so he's been featured multiple times in pictures on Law Talk with Mike, but also on Debbie Davis Says. So I assume you're all subscribed to Law Talk with Mike. Maybe not all of you to Debbie Davis Says, but she's entertaining too. So I figure most people. Oh, okay. I figure most of the audience is at least familiar with them. Debbie Davis, of course, is the prosecutor in Judge Middleton's court.
All right, thank you. Be seated. Anything else we need to address today from the state?
Matter, the defendant did raise an issue where he cited 3 cases regarding jurisdiction of this court to hear this matter.
Oh,
I have had
bring up the
opportunity to review those
jurisdiction.
3 cases. I am able to address those now if the court wishes.
I'd like to address them tomorrow morning.
That's a good choice by
I
the
frankly need
judge.
to read them, so. All right, anything else from the state?
No, thank you, Judge.
That's a smart choice by Judge Darrell on
Just so
multiple
I'm clear,
fronts.
on these subpoenas where it says you are further required to
Talk
bring
to a
with you the
lawyer.
following. Do I leave that blank or what?
Talk
what
to
should
a
I put
lawyer.
there? Just so I'm
Judge
clear.
can't give you
I
legal
can't
advice.
give you advice on that. I only wanted you to understand that witnesses would not generally have their police reports or statements made. Those are usually kept by the police department. And so you would need to subpoena the custodian of the police records.
But
in
your
order to
attorneys
get
would
additional,
have known how to
copies
do that.
of that. If you think there's something else that they have, that would be in their possession and that's relevant to this case, that would be different. So I hope that
Kind of sucks that
adequately
you don't understand
answers
the
your question.
process,
I don't.
but that's a
understand,
you
but,
problem. And
If
he's
there's something
frustrated
specific, you can ask
by
the state
that.
if there's some follow-up based upon the discovery that you have.
And I enjoy him being frustrated
But you should
because he
have
deserves
everyone's
I
statements.
guess
all the
only thing
frustration.
So should I bring your statement? I mean, I don't.
I don't
That's
know
a
that
you
they would
problem.
have it. What I'm telling you is you should have every statement in that box. Or you should subpoena
You should
the
know
custodian of the
your
police
defense,
records, but
your
or
witness's
ask the state if
backgrounds.
you think you're missing
It's
something.
your job to figure this out.
I'm clearly missing something. I don't know what to put right there.
And that's a you problem.
That's the best I can do for you, sir.
Talk
I can
to a
only review
lawyer.
them for completeness. The state
Call legal
referenced
aid.
an objection based
The judge
upon
cannot give you
their
advice.
review of them. So whether you put that information in or not, that's up to you.
Would it be
She can't answer.
would it be sufficient to just put
You can leave it blank also, correct, Your Honor?
Yeah, you don't have to fill it in. It
It's
can be left blank
almost
if I'm not
like
answering
he
that
had that
correct,
help
or-
up until
I don't want you to think you
a
have
week
to
and a
put
half
something
ago.
there.
Yeah,
It's
that was my
But-
impression. You know, usually when you're
Got it.
oh well.
it's the same thing with a job application. You're not supposed to leave nothing blank.
Okay, let me answer it this way, because I was not tracking with that one. You only fill that out if there's something specific as it relates to this case that you want them to bring. You're not required to, though.
Okay.
Holy
There's a
cow.
subpoena and there's what's called a subpoena ducis tecum, which means bring something with. If you just want them to come to court and testify, it's just a plain old subpoena. So hopefully that helps.
Good
That
old
is clarification.
subpoena ducis tecum.
I'll address the other issue tomorrow morning. I'll give you some time while you're sitting here to get the subpoenas all filled out so that the state can look at
All
that
right,
and start
before we
working
go-
on getting them
before
served
we
with
go
the
for the
exception of
night,
the one that
last
they
issue.
indicated was out of state, okay?
Do you think the court will
Anything
find
else from you then tonight,
jurisdictions
Mr.
first
Brooks?
thing in the morning?
That would be it.
All right, thank you, everyone. We are in recess.
Because I'm guessing that yes, the court does have subject matter jurisdiction. The court has always had subject matter jurisdiction, and the court will always retain subject matter jurisdiction. And on that note, I'm done. Oh boy, am I done. So, see you all bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a good night.